Chapter 18. 1. 2 hours. That's fast. Yi Fan was a little surprised. He knew from his brother Kim and the Sky Dragon that he was a ruthless character back then, but he did not expect himself to be so powerful back then. He thought that the yellow-robed Taoist was also not a kind person. This place was thousands of miles away from Tibet, but it took him less than 2 hours to find the person, avenge Xiao Zhao, and come back. What kind of speed was that? Yi Fan did not dare to think about it. No wonder Brother Kim said that those immortals could not catch up with him back then. The wind-walking spell was indeed powerful. A month later, when I went out to collect herbs, I learned the truth from the mountain people. It was said that the emperor's younger brother, the current 7th king, was playing in the snowy mountains of Tibet a month ago. Suddenly, a white cloud floated in the sky quickly. The king and a yellow-robed Taoist were suddenly sucked into the cloud by a strange force. Then, in an instant, the two of them fell from the cloud, accompanied by a rain of blood. The people who accompanied the two of them quickly went forward to check. When they saw it, they were shocked out of their wits. The heads of the king and the Taoist were missing. From the wound on their necks, it looked like they were pulled off alive. What was even more terrifying was that the skin on the Taoist's body had been peeled off completely, and his flesh was badly mutilated. When everyone looked up again, the white cloud had already disappeared without a trace. It was widely said that the king and the Taoist killed the Fox Immortal on the snowy mountain. This time, the Fox Immortal's elder came to take revenge. The reason why it was said that was because the Fox Immortal's fur was also missing along with the heads. Although Xiao Zhao said this matter very calmly, Yi Fan could not help but feel a chill down his spine when he heard it. Cold sweat flowed down his back. This eldritch was really good. He could actually suck 2 living people away from high altitude and take their lives in an instant. What left a deep impression on Yi Fan was that this eldritch hated evil as if it was his enemy. He did things neatly, and he was never soft-hearted, giving him a taste of his own medicine. After that, Yulimi settled down in this Lingyun cave. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 years have passed. Xiao Zhao sighed. I heard from Brother Kim that I was forced to die. What's going on? Yi Fan asked. I'll let Brother Kim tell you the whole story. He knows it better than I do. Let's stop here for today. Brother Kim is probably almost done drinking. It's time for you to find him for business. Xiao Zhao reminded him. After Xiao Zhao's reminder, Yi Fan suddenly came back to his senses. The Yi clan was about to face a great calamity. The most important thing right now was to let the Yi clan safely survive this calamity. Thinking of this, Yi Fan hurriedly got up and said, if it weren't for little sister Xiao Zhao's reminder, I would have almost messed things up. Brother Yi, don't worry. Since Brother Kim promised you, he will definitely do as he says. Xiao Zhao comforted Yi Fan as she and Yi Fan returned to the pavilion in the garden. Sure enough, Yi Yun was still there. He was holding a wine jug in his left hand and a wine cup in his right. He was drinking by himself, looking very uneasy. Brother Kim's alcohol tolerance is truly astonishing. I only drank a few cups, and I'm already unconscious, but you seem completely fine. This is truly rare. Yi Fan arrived in front of the pavilion. This is nothing. Ian glanced at Yi Fan before raising his wine cup and downing it in one gulp. Back then, the two of us drank with your friends on Moon-Bearing Terrace for 3 days and 3 nights. That was truly delightful. Brother Kim, stop drinking. Brother Yi is worried about the safety of the Yi clan. You should hurry and help him. Xiao Zhao was a meticulous person. She knew what was on Yi Fan's mind and urged Yi Yun. All right. Xiao Zhao, go back and rest first. I'll help your brother Yi open up his meridians and give him some pointers. Is that all right? Yi Yun said. That's more like it. Xiao Zhao smiled as she turned around and left. Yi Yun put down his wine cup and walked over to hug Yi Fan's shoulder. He pressed Yi Fan down on the stone bench and sat across from Yi Fan. He said, Brother Yi, I saw that you used cold air to deal with the black-robed man on Mount Qingyun, right? That's right. I used the cold air from the Snake Shadow Sword. Yi Fan replied, Snake Shadow Sword? Haha, show it to me. Yi Yun said with a smile. Yi Fan immediately pulled out the Snake Shadow Sword from his waist and handed it to Yi Yun with both hands. Yi Yun took the Snake Shadow Sword and looked at it for a long time. What kind of snake shadow sword is this? You were tricked by your father. What? Yi Fan was stunned. I was tricked by my father? What do you mean? Ever since his father, Yi Kong, gave the snake shadow sword to Yi Fan, it could be said that they were inseparable. Yi Fan even put it beside him when he slept. Now that he heard that it wasn't the snake shadow sword, Yi Fan was confused. If it wasn't the snake shadow sword, then what was it? Why would his father lie to him? Let me ask you, what are snakes most afraid of? Yi Yun looked at Yi Fan and asked, Snakes? Snakes are afraid of realgar. They are afraid of cranes. They are afraid of eagles. And they're also afraid of... Yi Fan thought hard. What else was the snake afraid of? They are afraid of the cold. Yi Yun said calmly. Afraid of the cold? Yi Fan still didn't understand. As everyone knows, snakes will hibernate in winter and won't go out. Why won't they go out? What they are afraid of is the cold air of winter. Since snakes are afraid of the cold air, why would your father name this sword snake shadow? Yi Yun finished and looked at Yi Fan. This. After Yi Fan heard Yi Yun's words, he thought carefully. That's right. Snakes are afraid of the cold air. Since this sword was made of cold iron, no matter how muddle-headed his father was, he wouldn't name it Snake Shadow. Isn't this contradictory? Why didn't I notice this problem before? Could it be like what Brother Kim said? That my father lied to me? Brother Kim, please advise me. This sword. Yi Fan wanted to know what was going on. Yi Yun waved his hand. What advice? I am older, so I have seen more than you. To tell you the truth, this isn't the Snake Shadow sword. It wasn't made by your father, Yi Kong. Then this is... Yi Fan's heart was in a mess. He didn't know why his father would lie to him because of a sword. Yi Yun looked at Yi Fan and said, Cold Dragon Sword. Cold Dragon Sword? Yi Fan had never heard of this sword before. That's right, Cold Dragon Sword. Legend has it that it was made by Tao Ong. The dynasty is unknown. Yi Yun looked at the sword and said, It is said that this Cold Dragon Sword was made from a meteorite that fell from the sky and took 7 years to make. This meteorite is different from other meteorites. When other meteorites fall, they are boiling hot. However, it is said that when this meteorite fell, a thick layer of ice would cover a radius of 1 li. Later, the king thought that this was a bad omen and ordered Tao Ong to deal with it. When Tao Ong saw that this meteorite's cold chi was oppressive and could scare people's souls, he forged it into a divine weapon. After Tao Ong ascended, this sword disappeared. Later on, it was said that this sword appeared in Rakshasa country. However, no one in Rakshasa country could control this sword. Thus, as a favor, it was offered as a tribute to the Song dynasty. When this sword reached the Song dynasty, it was wrapped in a sandalwood box by a Miaojiang witchcraft expert. The box was also engraved with a fire curse to suppress the cold chi of the Cold Dragon Sword. However, even so, it couldn't completely seal the cold chi emitted by the sword. Later on, this thing was placed in the main hall by the palace as a summer treasure. It was really a waste. Yi Yun said with a smile. When the Song dynasty moved the capital, the palace was in chaos, so this item disappeared. After Yi Yun finished talking about the origins of the Cold Dragon Sword, he changed the topic. I don't know how this Cold Dragon Sword ended up in your father's hands. Looking at the current state of this sword, 90% of its cold chi has been sealed by a swordsmith expert. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get close to it, let alone carry it on your body. Father told me that he was the one who forged this sword. Could it be? This sword was actually sealed by my father? Yi Fan asked. I don't know about that. Yi Yun said. Father said that this item was originally a piece of cold iron, and it was a tribute from the Luocha country to the Song dynasty. Moreover, as Big Brother said, it was wrapped in a 3-layered sandalwood box and was placed in the main hall to avoid the summer heat. Later on, someone from the palace brought this item out, and because this person's descendants were living in poverty, they came to my family's pawn shop and pawned this item for a total of 500 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver. Yi Fan told the truth. Your father intentionally hid this matter from you. As for the specific reason, I don't know. Yi Yun continued, You must know that this Cold Dragon Sword had a scabbard back then. It was called the 9 Suns. Don't look at how it's just a scabbard. Its power is definitely not below this cold dragon sword, and only it can completely seal the cold chi of this cold dragon sword. As far as I know, this scabbard is made up of 9 parts, and these 9 parts are the dragon's sons. People often say that the dragon has 9 sons, and each son is different. That Tao Ong Ong is truly a peerless genius, ingeniously using the layout of this 9 sons, suppressing the true dragon. Not only can he suppress the cold chi of the cold dragon sword, he can also use the scabbard as a weapon, both offensive and defensive. Now, it seems that the scabbard of the cold dragon sword has already been lost, and this cold dragon sword has been sealed by some expert using a secret technique. After Yi Fan heard this, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that his father was indeed hiding something from him. Forget it, you can think about these things slowly in the future, Yi Yun said to Yi Fan. Now, I'll let you see the true appearance of this cold dragon sword, Yi Yun said as he tightly gripped the cold dragon sword in his hand. Yi Yun's body once again emitted a golden light, and the golden light flowed around his body. Very quickly, the cold dragon sword was also enveloped by the golden light, and in an instant, the cold dragon sword underwent a fundamental change. The soft sword body became extremely straight, and the light emitted by the sword body slowly turned from the original white light to silver light. The most obvious change was on the sword hilt, and the silver snake that was spitting out its red tongue actually slowly grew 2 horns. The red tongue also turned into 2 red dragon whiskers, and the winding snake body also slowly grew dragon claws. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the lifelike and lively silver snake turned into a ferocious dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The entire treasured sword was completely reborn in an instant. If the previous snake shadow sword was like a chivalrous knight, then the current cold dragon sword was like an emperor. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. As the cold dragon sword gradually revealed its true appearance, the surrounding temperature also rapidly dropped. With the pavilion as the center, the rockery, flowing water, flowers, and ponds were all frozen with a thick layer of ice without exception. The biting cold air turned the surrounding air into a thick fog. For a moment, the entire garden became foggy, as if it was a fairyland. This is the true appearance of the cold dragon sword. Yi Yun said, Brother Kim, that's enough. If this continues, the entire cave will be frozen. Yi Fan reminded Yi Yun as he circulated his energy to resist the cold air. Yi Yun immediately withdrew his energy. As the golden light on Yi Yun's body gradually dissipated, the cold dragon sword actually slowly returned to its original appearance of the snake shadow sword. Brother Kim, Yi Fan was a little confused. Why did the cold dragon sword turn back into the appearance of the snake shadow sword? Wasn't the seal already opened? The person who sealed this cold dragon sword is definitely an expert with unfathomable cultivation. Although I can forcefully open the seal, I can't remove it, Yi Yun said as he handed the cold dragon sword over to Yi Fan. After the Yi clan survives this calamity, you can ask your father. Perhaps only he can tell you the truth. Yi Fan received the treasured sword and sized it up again. He didn't know if it was better to call this sword the cold dragon sword or the snake shadow sword. This time, the Yi clan's opponents are 3 top experts from Fusong and a 1,000-year-old demon. One of the 3 experts holds the Li Fire Sword. The power of this Li Fire Sword is world-shocking, and the only thing that can restrain it is this cold dragon sword. You have to practice well these 2 days. When the time comes, I'll leave the Li Fire Sword to you, Yi Yun said. But, Brother Kim, Yi Fan said with some difficulty, I can't compare to you, big brother. Not to mention opening the seal on this sword, even when it was still the snake shadow sword, I could only release 30% of the cold chi. There are only 2 days left. How can I defeat that Li Fire Sword? Hee, come over here. I'll open up your meridians for you. Yi Yun smiled as he called Yi Fan over. Hearing that, Yi Fan immediately walked in front of Yi Yun. Give me your hand, Yi Yun continued. Hearing that, Yi Fan stretched out a hand, and Yi Yun held it with one hand. Bear with the pain. As Yin said that the golden light on his body shone again. A golden light the size of a broad bean flowed from Yi Yun's forehead down his arm and into Yi Fan's palm. Yi Fan only felt a boiling hot and domineering spirit energy rush into his body through his Lao Gong and Xiaofu acupoints. After entering his body, it automatically flowed through his blood vessels. Wherever it passed, it broke through all the acupoints in his body. More than 300 acupoints, including the imperial canopy, Zhigung, Yutong, Xuanji, were all broken through in an instant. The lung meridian of Hantain, the heart meridian of Hanshaoing, the Sanjiao meridian of Hanshaoing, and the other 12 meridians were all opened up. The golden light actually flowed through his body unimpeded, rampaging through his body. Looking at Yi Fan again, his entire body was flickering with red light like burning charcoal. Steam rose from his body, and his eyes were bloodshot. The golden light wandered everywhere, not even letting go of the meridians in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan's gold-threaded white robe was also penetrated by the red light emitted from his body. His entire body was shrouded in red light. For a moment, he felt his entire body swell and heat up, as though it was about to explode. The 12 meridians in his body felt as though thousands of ants were gnawing on them. It was a heart-wrenching pain, but no matter how painful it was, Yi Fan had to endure it. Only by doing so could he raise his cultivation. Only by doing so could the Yi clan survive this calamity. The red light on Yi Fan's body gradually changed color from the red light to a golden light. Yi Fan's body also slowly floated up, but Yi Yun did not let go. He still held tightly onto Yi Fan, who was floating off the ground. In an instant, countless rays of golden light burst out from Yi Fan's body. Even Yi Fan's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were emitting golden light. At this moment, Yi Fan felt like his heart was being pierced by thousands of arrows. It was even worse than death. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the golden light on Yi Fan's body gradually receded. His body also slowly landed on the ground. The golden light that was the size of a broad bean was like a whirlwind that swept through all the blocked meridians in Yi Fan's body. As the golden light slowly returned from Yi Fan's body to Yi Yun's body, Yi Yun released Yi Fan's hand and looked at Yi Fan with a smile. When the heat on his body gradually dissipated, Yi Fan felt as though his entire body had been hollowed out. He even suspected that he had lost weight. He only felt that his eyes were spirited and his body was as light as a swallow. It was as though a gust of wind could blow him away. What made him feel even more inconceivable was that he felt as though his body was filled with energy. This energy was completely different from the internal energy that he usually cultivated. It was extremely tyrannical, and it circulated through his meridians without stopping. He told this feeling to Yi Yun. After Yi Yun heard this, he laughed heartily. Chapter 19. What? Half immortal body? Yi Fan exclaimed. How is this possible? Brother Kim, stop joking. You don't believe me? Hee, if you don't believe me, we can try. Yi Yun smirked at Yi Fan. I'll take you out for a walk. After saying that, he pulled Yi Fan, who was still in a daze, to the entrance of the cave. Then, he waved his hand at the entrance of the cave. With a rumble, the stone door opened, and the night wind whistled. Brother Kim, where are you taking me? Yi Fan was puzzled. Yi Yun's face revealed a sly smirk again. He pointed downwards, below. Below? It's the middle of the night. Why are you taking me down there? Yi Fan was getting more and more confused. Yi Yun laughed. It's not me who's going, it's you. After saying that, he pushed Yi Fan, who was still in the dark, out of the cave. Brother Kim. Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs, and his body began to fall rapidly. As Yi Fan's screams grew further and further away, Yi Yun smirked at Yi Fan, who was falling rapidly, and shouted, I'll wait for you here, Brother Yi. I'm dead for sure. Yi Fan, who was falling rapidly, looked at the green cliff in front of him and thought to himself. Originally, He thought that he could raise his cultivation to a higher level this time. In the end, he was pushed out of the cave by Brother Kim just as he opened all the meridians in his body. This Brother Kim must have drunk too much and thought that he could fly like him. Now it's great. It doesn't matter if he drank too much, but I'm going to lose my life in this unknown foaming mountain. Forget it, forget it. If he really fell to his death, then so be it. If he really fell to his death, based on his hundreds of years of friendship with his brother Kim, he would definitely help the Yi clan survive this disaster. When Yi Fan thought of this, he closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Just as Yi Fan closed his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. It was late at night, and he shouldn't be able to see the cliff in front of him. How could he see it so clearly now? Yi Fan opened his eyes once again. This time, he could see clearly even the rocks at the foot of the mountain, let alone the steep cliffs that were whizzing past. He actually had the ability to see in the dark. Not only his eyesight, but his entire body's senses had also become exceptionally sharp. He could clearly hear the rustling of grass and even the sound of ants crawling within a radius of 30 meters. What was going on? Could it be because he had just opened up all the meridians in his body, so it had such a function? He suddenly thought of what Brother Kim had said just now. He said that he already had a half-immortal body. Could it be that what he said was true? I can't fall to my death, or I can't fall to the ground at all. When Yi Fan thought of this, he immediately tried to use the light body technique in the air to see if he could slow down. Who knew that just as he thought of this, the tyrannical chi from earlier suddenly rose from his body and quickly rushed to the Yongquan acupoint under his feet. He only felt a surge of true chi condensing at his feet, and it produced a powerful force that pushed him up. His rapidly falling figure slowly came to a stop and was fixed in the air. Yi Fan was ecstatic. Brother Kim really didn't lie to him. He really did have spiritual chi cultivation. This spiritual chi was indeed extraordinary. With just a thought, the spiritual chi would arrive. It was many times faster than the movement technique he used in the past. When he thought of this, Yi Fan once again focused his mind and focused all his attention on his own body. He tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body so that he could fly upwards. Yi Fan's body, which was fixed in midair, began to slowly fly upwards. Moreover, he was flying faster and faster. In the end, he shot upwards like an arrow leaving its bow. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yi Fan couldn't control the huge excitement in his heart and laughed loudly. He cried tears of joy. In just one night, he went from an ordinary mortal to a half-immortal. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The huge increase in his cultivation made him unable to calm the excitement in his heart. Right now, he only wanted to know how powerful he was. The Lingyun cave was right in front of him. From afar, Yi Fan saw Yi Yun standing at the entrance of the cave, looking at him with a mischievous smile. When he reached the entrance of the Lingyun cave, Yi Fan stopped and slowly landed beside Yi Yun. The moment he landed, Yi Fan directly knelt in front of Yi Yun. Brother Kim, it's all thanks to Brother Kim that this little brother can have today. Please accept this little brother's kowtow. As Yi Fan spoke, he kowtowed to Yi Yun. Brother Yi, you don't have to do this. Yi Yun quickly helped Yi Fan up. Little brother, what are you saying? We are sworn brothers. In the future, if you continue to kowtow to me for no reason, then you don't treat me as your big brother. After Yi Yun helped Yi Fan up, he said to Yi Fan, I believe that Xiao Zhao has already brought you to the full moon pavilion. This time, we won't take the stone stairs. Brother Yi, come with me to sit there. After saying that, he rose from the ground and flew directly to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Yi Fan also used his mind to guide his chi and flew into the sky. The two of them landed on the top of Foaming Mountain one after the other. Brother Yi, how do you feel now? Yi Yun asked. Is there any difference compared to before we came here? It feels like a lifetime ago. Yi Fan said from the bottom of his heart. A few days ago, he was still an ordinary person being chased by Fusong ninjas. Now, he was standing on top of his own immortal mountain, looking up at the sky. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ha, what a great, it feels like a lifetime ago. Ian laughed and said, the ground here is open. You could try your sword. All right, I'll try. Yifan really wanted to know what realm his strength had reached. He pulled out the snake shadow sword from his waist. Holding the sword with one hand, he stared at the treasured sword. He channeled his spirit chi into the treasured sword from both hands and gradually exerted force to activate the snake shadow sword. As the snake shadow sword let out a buzzing sound, the berserk cold chi immediately poured down. Yifan was in a hurry to unseal the snake shadow sword. Relying on his abundant spirit chi, he directly released the snake shadow sword's cold chi to 80%. Creaking sounds could be heard, and thick ice began to condense on the ground. However, Yifan didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt a trace of warmth. He suddenly understood that the spirit chi in his body had already flowed through his limbs and bones and had already merged with his body. When the outside world was in a disadvantageous situation, the spirit chi would automatically enter a defensive state. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly increased the cold chi to 90%. The snake shadow sword instantly shone brightly, and the cold chi once again went berserk. The brilliance directly enveloped everything on the top of the mountain. After the brilliance passed, the entire mountain peak was covered in silver. Even the 7 pine trees were wrapped in ice. The entire mountain peak seemed to have entered a world of ice and snow. Yifan continued to activate the snake shadow sword, but no matter how hard he concentrated, the snake shadow sword did not unlock the seal. He could only release 90% of the cold chi, not to mention turning it into a cold dragon sword. Yifan retracted his spirit chi and looked at Yi Yun in confusion. Brother Kim, I've already used all my strength. Why can't I undo the seal on the snake shadow sword? Yifan originally thought that he could easily undo the seal on the snake shadow sword. With your current cultivation, it's already very rare for you to be able to unleash 90% of the snake shadow sword's cold chi. I told you before, the person who sealed the cold dragon sword is definitely a top-notch expert. With your current spirit chi, you are still unable to unseal it, and even if you forcefully unseal it, you will not be able to control the cold dragon sword. It's not good for you to be injured by the cold dragon sword. With your current strength, you can already deal with the leaf fire sword. At the very least, you can fight to a draw. A draw? Yifan was a little shocked. With his current cultivation, he could only fight to a draw with the leaf fire sword. That leaf fire sword is not a joke. It is the complete opposite of this cold dragon sword. It was also forged from a meteorite that fell from the sky. The forger is unknown, and it is said that after the meteorite fell, the entire village was burned to ashes. Therefore, ordinary people would not be able to control this leaf fire sword, and would even find it difficult to get close to it. Now that this leaf fire sword is in this person's hands, his cultivation can be seen. Furthermore, after cultivating diligently for so many years, one can imagine how strong he is. Ian smiled at Yifan. However, he is still cultivating the innate chi, so how can he compare to the spirit chi in your body? Therefore, don't worry, you have an 80% chance of defeating him. Hearing his words, Yifan's hanging heart fell to the ground. After thinking about it, he still had many questions that he did not understand. For example, what is Brother Kim's original body? From his conversation with Sky Dragon, he learned that Brother Kim existed before the Thunder Division existed in the Heavenly Court. This was too inconceivable. It seemed that the Golden Ring Sword was not his original body. Otherwise, he would not have said that it was inconvenient to meet with his real body. Also, how did his father, Yi Kong, obtain this Golden Ring Sword? With Brother Kim's ability, not to mention one Yi Kong, even 100 Yi Kongs would not be able to touch him. In addition, since he knew that he was the reincarnation of his sworn brother, Eldritch, why didn't he meet him in advance? When he was fighting with the black-robed monster in the Azure Cloud Mountain, why didn't he appear to help? This time, the Yi clan was in great trouble. Why didn't he tell him in advance? Who was the Yi clan's enemy? How'd he know? There was one more thing that he did not understand. In the conversation between Brother Kim and Sky Dragon, they mentioned that there was an expert on the Eagle's Distress Peak. From what he heard, This expert was definitely not an ordinary person. Why had he never heard his father and grandfather mention this before? Who was the Yun Zhongzi that Brother Kim mentioned? Why did Xiao Zhao know that he was the reincarnation of Eldritch when she saw the birthmark on his back? Who was the one who forced him to self-destruct in his previous life? Countless questions appeared in Yi Fan's mind, making him feel confused. Brother Yi, I know what you are thinking. Yi Yun seemed to see through Yi Fan's thoughts. After this disaster is over, I will answer all your questions. However, for now, you still have to practice diligently in these 2 days and work hard to improve your spiritual energy cultivation. At that time, I will be here waiting for your good news. Why? Is Brother Kim not going? Yi Fan asked. It's inconvenient for me to show myself. It's also inconvenient for me to intervene in the affairs of the human world. Moreover, I have important matters to attend to these few days. Everything depends on Brother Yi. In this fight, your task is very simple. You only have to deal with the fleeting fire sword. As for the rest, leave it to Yi Yun, Yi Kong, and the person on the top of the mountain. Remember, Yi Yun looked at Yi Fan seriously. You must take back the fleeting fire sword. Otherwise, it will become a big problem in the future. I will listen to Big Brother. Yi Fan said. Although he did not understand many things, he understood one thing. That was Brother Kim in front of him really treated him like a real brother, or even closer than a real brother. You have not fully grasped the magical use of the spiritual energy in your body. Just now, when you were flying, you were charging around without any order. You must know that your current flying technique is driven by spiritual energy. Although this spiritual energy is infinitely mysterious, it is not a panacea. In a battle between experts, it is a competition of spiritual energy cultivation. Whoever's spiritual energy is exhausted first will be the loser. Although the spiritual energy I gave you is flowing in your body, it is not cultivated by you. After this matter is over, I will teach you how to cultivate spiritual energy. Yi Yun patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, In these 2 days, you have been practicing diligently in this cave. You should be skilled in the use of spiritual energy. I will go back to the Yi clan and let Brother Bai tell Yi Yun in a dream so that he can prepare early. 2 days later, you will go to the Yi clan and meet with the other 3. After this matter is over, you will return to this cave. Xiao Zhao will tell you how to get in and out of the cave. At that time, you and I will meet again. I will leave now. Goodbye. Brother Kim, are you leaving now? Yi Fan asked. Chapter 20. Yi Fan looked at the distant Brother Kim, and his heart was filled with emotions. This Brother Kim's cultivation was so high that it was simply unimaginable to him. He turned around and flew into the cave, only to find that Xiao Zhao was already waiting for him at the entrance of the cave. When Xiao Zhao saw him fly back, her face was filled with joy and came forward to welcome him. Brother Yi is really talented and intelligent. In less than 2 hours, you actually have such a cultivation. This is really worthy of celebration. Xiao Zhao said happily. What kind of talented and intelligent is this? I did not put in any effort to obtain this cultivation. It was all Brother Kim who passed it on to me. Yi Fan said truthfully. After this matter is settled, I will definitely properly thank Brother Kim, but unfortunately, I do not know what Brother Kim likes. What hobbies does he have? He may not have other things, but he did not lack money. However, how could a person like Brother Kim, who jumped out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements like secular things? Don't treat Brother Kim as an outsider, otherwise he will not be happy. You are the reincarnation of his sworn brother, so do not use those secular things. However, if you want to talk about the things that Brother Kim likes, as far as I know, there are only 2 things. Other than that, I really do not know what else he would be interested in. Xiao Zhao said, Oh, what are those 2 things? Yi Fan hurriedly asked. He did not know that there were still things that Brother Kim could not obtain. The first one is the 100 flowers drunk that you personally brewed in the past. I heard Brother Kim say that he had tasted all the famous wines in the world, but there was no wine that could compare to the 100 flowers drunk that you brewed. It can be said that without this 100 flowers drunk, you 2 would not have met, let alone become sworn brothers. Xiao Zhao said. 100 flowers drunk? Is it the wine that we just drank? Yi Fan asked. Exactly. Xiao Zhao told Yi Fan, back then, when you were in the cave, other than flipping through ancient books and practicing martial arts, you were brewing wine. Even the Thousand Demon Hall's Hall, Master Nieqing, who didn't drink a single drop of wine, couldn't help but drink 3 cups of the 100-flower wine you brewed, let alone Brother Kim, who loved drinking wine. Is there still such wine in the cave? Yi Fan asked. Yes, there are dozens of jars. Ever since you self-destructed, Brother Kim has only been here 3 times. Each time, he would stare at these jars in a daze, sighing and crying. I wanted to pour wine for him to drink, but he didn't let me open the jug, saying that he could only drink this wine with you. Now that you're not here, he can only drink more and more unbearable. Sigh, it's really been hard on Brother Kim. Those days were too hard to bear, Xiao Zhao said with a sense of loss. She turned her head away and quietly wiped away the tears in her eyes. After hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Yi Fan also sighed with emotion. His eyes were also a little wet. Although he had only known his brother Kim for 2 days, everything that had happened in these 2 days told him that his brother Kim was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He treated him with sincerity. With such a big brother, not to mention a mountain of gold and silver, he was willing to self-destruct again. It's a pity that I'm already a reincarnated person. I can't remember the matters of my previous life. This secret method of brewing wine has probably been lost. Yi Fan sighed and said, Who says you can't remember? As long as... Xiao Zhao blurted out, but she hesitated to speak. As long as what? Do you know the secret method of brewing wine? Or do you have a way to make me remember the matters of my previous life? Yi Fan saw that Xiao Zhao seemed to have something to say, so he quickly asked. No. Xiao Zhao quickly waved her hand. As long as you properly learn the art of brewing wine, you should be able to brew the 100 flowers drunk again, right? Xiao Zhao explained. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. I thought, oh, that's what you're talking about. Forget it. You just said that Brother Kim only likes 2 things. The first thing is the 100 flowers drunk. What's the second thing? Yi Fan asked again. The second thing is your proud, moon heavenly scripture. Although the 2 of you were sworn brothers, your cultivation methods are completely opposite. As far as I know, Brother Kim cultivates pure yang qi, while you cultivate yin qi. Although the methods are different, but Big Brother Gene really wants to take a look at the proud moon heavenly scripture that you wrote, especially the wind movement secret art. He is very curious that your wind and cloud secret art is able to catch up with his movement technique. You promised him that you would teach him, but unfortunately, Xiao Zhao said sadly, it's a pity that before you could teach him, the things that happened later happened. What happened? Yi Fan anxiously asked. Only Brother Kim knows what happened. I wasn't there at the time. I only know that you were chased by the immortal Tao, and finally, Xiao Zhao couldn't speak anymore. Every time she thought about the scene of eldritch self-destruction and the scene of flesh on the ground, Xiao Zhao couldn't control her emotions. Okay. Yi Fan didn't ask any more questions. He patted Xiao Zhao's shoulder and comforted her. Aren't I standing in front of you now? Wah. Xiao Zhao threw herself into Yi Fan's arms and cried. Brother Yi, don't do stupid things in the future, okay? Don't leave Xiao Zhao alone. Okay, I promise you. Yi Fan looked at Xiao Zhao crying in his arms, and his heart didn't feel good. He didn't know what happened in the past, but he knew that Brother Kim and Xiao Zhao treated him even better than himself. In the future, he must repay them well. He couldn't let them suffer the pain of the past again. Yi Fan hugged Xiao Zhao like this until Xiao Zhao fell asleep in his arms. Since Evil Moon's self-destruction, she hadn't had a good night's sleep for more than 300 years. She either cried until dawn or dreamed of the scene of him being smashed to pieces when he had self-destructed. Now that he was standing alive in this cave, Xiao Zhao felt incomparably at ease. It was the first time she slept so soundly. Early the next morning, Yi Fan woke up early and went to the top of the mountain to sit cross-legged to regulate his qi. When his body and mind were completely calm, He could clearly feel that the surging Ling Qi in his body was more abundant than last night. It had already filled his entire Qi sea. He also found that as the Ling Qi circulated in his body, all the pores on his body would open, and the Ling Qi from the outside would continuously flow into his body through the pores and gather in his Qi sea. He began to worry, because once there was too much Ling Qi in his body, his Qi sea wouldn't be able to withstand it. In that case, it would cause the Ling Qi to go berserk, and the consequences would be unimaginable. But later, he found that his worries were unnecessary, because as the Ling Qi from the outside world entered his body, the Ling Qi would automatically enter his meridians and gradually merge with the Ling Qi left in his body by Brother Kim. Then, after circulating in Yi Fan's body, it would return to his Qi sea. And after the Ling Qi returned to his Qi sea, it would be purified and condensed, becoming very pure. After the purification and compression, the Ling Qi in his Qi sea would become a transparent liquid the size of a grain of rice. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the problem of his Qi sea. He could concentrate on absorbing the Ling Qi. After circulating the Ling Qi 3 times, Yi Fan stopped regulating his Qi. No matter how much Ling Qi accumulated in his body, if he couldn't use it flexibly, it would be a waste of energy. There were 3 requirements to defeat the enemy: speed, strength, and adaptability. None of the 3 could be lacking. Although his body had the tyrannical Ling Qi that Brother Kim had given him, just like Brother Kim had said, he hadn't completely grasped the mystery of this Ling Qi. Only by completely grasping the Ling Qi in his body could he have a breakthrough in speed and strength. The most important thing now was to constantly challenge the limits of his Ling Qi and display his true strength to the greatest extent. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked up at the sky and adjusted his state of mind. The sky was blue, and the white clouds were leisurely floating. After a moment, Yi Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he used his mind to completely awaken the Ling Qi in his body, preparing to fly again. He wanted to know how high and how fast he could fly. He gathered 80% of his Ling Qi in his Yongquan acupoint and reserved 20% for backup. After doing all this, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes and exerted force on his feet, causing his Ling Qi to explode. Shua! Yi Fan soared into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow. The sound of the wind rose in his ears again. The white clothes on his body were fluttering in the wind, and even his face was being blown by the wind like a knife. This speed was too fast. Yi Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and continued to urge his Ling Qi, increasing the Ling Qi under his feet to 90%. He saw a white streak rushing into the clouds like a meteor catching up with the moon. However, just as he was about to reach the clouds, Yi Fan suddenly felt short of breath. He was a little out of breath, and his chest felt stuffy. His breathing was disordered. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately withdrew 80% of his Ling Qi and controlled his body to slowly descend. After descending for about 300 feet, he felt his body recover. He stabilized his body and hovered in the air. He carefully checked the consumption of his Ling Qi. He found that although he was urging his Ling Qi like this, it didn't consume much of his Ling Qi. Ling Qi was abundant. Why could he only fly here and not break through the clouds? He couldn't understand. But even so, he still felt very excited. Although he couldn't be said to be riding the clouds, he could be considered to be flying in the air. Speed was no longer a problem. But what about strength? Yi Fan wanted to test how strong his strength was. He looked down from the sky and looked into the distance. There was a small stream on the ground, and the water was gurgling. He made up his mind and pulled out the snake shadow sword. He used his Ling Qi to stimulate the snake shadow sword. Under the stimulation of the snake shadow sword, the cold Qi continued to rise. The air around him gradually became cold. When the snake shadow sword's cold Qi reached 90%, Yi Fan rushed down towards the small stream. His speed was extremely fast, and he reached it in an instant. When he was a few dozen feet away from the small stream, Yi Fan waved his sword and poured all the cold Qi into the stream. Boom! After a white light flashed, the small stream and the surrounding flowers and trees were all frozen by the cold chi. Bursts of white smoke came out. After seeing this effect, Yi Fan was very satisfied. It had to be known that this cold chi was released from a few dozen feet away. If it was released from a few dozen feet away, Yi Fan laughed. When he returned to the Lingyun cave, Xiao Zhao had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Yi Fan at the entrance of the cave. When she saw Yi Fan return with a smile, she guessed that Yi Fan had more or less mastered his Ling Qi. Naturally, she was very happy. "Brother Yi, you're back from practicing." Xiao Zhao looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile. Yes, Yi Fan was in a good mood. "Little sister Xiao Zhao, why are you up so early?" "No matter how early I am, I can't be as early as you, Brother Yi." Xiao Zhao smiled and said, "Just now I saw you falling rapidly from the sky, and then I saw a white light. I think that must be the cold chi released by Brother Yi." "Oh, how did you know?" Yi Fan asked. When Brother Kim taught him the technique, Xiao Zhao was not present. She did not know that he cultivated the cold chi. Now that Xiao Zhao had seen through his trick, he felt a little incredulous. "Brother Yi," Xiao Zhao seemed to see Yi Fan's doubts. "Did you forget? I have hundreds of years of cultivation." Xiao Zhao explained. "Besides, the garden was frozen last night, and it only recovered this morning. Brother Kim has never cultivated the cold chi, so I naturally know that it must be you, Brother Yi, who did it." "Hee, you mischievous girl." Yi Fan laughed. If not for Xiao Zhao's reminder, he would have forgotten that she was a Baihu. "How is it? Isn't it amazing?" Xiao Zhao said with a smile. "Amazing, amazing. I admit defeat." Yi Fan joked. "Hee, you're worth teaching." Xiao Zhao smiled foolishly, pulled Yi Fan's hand, and walked into the cave. "Let's go eat first." In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Yi Fan had been diligently cultivating on Fengming Mountain. During the day, he had mastered the usage of spirit energy, and at night, he sat cross-legged and absorbed spirit energy back into his Qi Si. While resting, he found out from Xiao Zhao that this was a secluded place in the south, thousands of miles away from the Yi clan's ancestral home. It was said that Fengming Mountain had been here since ancient times. When Eldritch discovered this place, he sealed the mountain with a barrier and used it as his own cultivation ground. Outsiders couldn't even see it, let alone discover it. Later on, Eldritch discovered this ancient cave on the mountain and completely transformed it into today's Lingyun cave. Xiao Zhao even told Yi Fan how to open the cave door, and told Yi Fan that he had to come back no matter what, otherwise she would be worried. At night, the waning moon was sparkling, and the stars were shining brightly. After Yi Fan tidied up everything, he changed into his original clothes. This set of clothes had already been washed clean by Xiao Zhao. Ever since Yi Fan could remember, he had always stretched out his hand for clothes and opened his mouth for food. Now that someone had helped him wash his clothes and cook, he felt a trace of warmth in his heart. "Little sister Xiao Zhao, you should stay in the cave. Don't go out for the next few days. Wait for me here obediently. When I come back, I'll bring you something good to eat." Yi Fan was afraid that Xiao Zhao would cry again, so he tried to liven up the atmosphere. "Brother Yi." Xiao Zhao's eyes were a little red. "Take care. Have a safe journey." Xiao Zhao wasn't a child, so she naturally understood Yi Fan's good intentions. "Have a safe journey." Yi Fan looked at the weather outside the cave. "Don't have a good wind. If it's a good wind now, it'll be a bad wind when I come back. I can't be late when I come back. Don't you think I'm right?" Yi Fan teased Xiao Zhao. Actually, the person who couldn't bear to be separated the most was him. He didn't know if it was fate in his previous life or the interactions in this life, but he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Brother Kim and Xiao Zhao. But Xiao Zhao laughed through her tears. "Come back early." Chapter 21. Cool Breeze. Mingyu. Stars. Void. Yi Fan circulated his spirit energy and flew towards the ancestral home. At this moment, he was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery that ordinary people could not see. He was worried about the safety of the Yi clan's ancestral home. He did not know if his grandfather Yi Yun was ready, if his father Yi Kong had arrived at the ancestral home, and if the mysterious person at the top of the Eagle Worry Peak had been invited to the Yi clan. All of these worried Yi Fan. The anxious Yi Fan continued to circulate the spiritual energy in his body so that he could reach an even higher speed. Even though he was flying at full speed, he realized that his long robe had been torn open by the strong wind. Yi Fan did not care about this at all. He continued to circulate his spirit chi to 100% and flew towards the ancestral home as fast as lightning. In less than 2 hours, Yi Fan felt the air gradually turn cold. He knew that he had entered the northern boundary and it was still winter in the north. Thinking of this, he withdrew 40% of his spirit energy and slowed down. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he was already in the north. If he was too fast, he was afraid that he would fly over the boundary. Second, the sky in the north was too cold. He needed to withdraw part of his spirit energy to resist the cold. After another 2 hours, Yi Fan slowed down again. The outline of the Eagle Worry Peak vaguely appeared in his sight. He had arrived. Yi Fan could not help but increase his speed again. Everything that had happened in the ancestral home appeared before his eyes again. 3 days. It had only been 3 days. He could not believe what had happened in these 3 days. Yi Yun was possessed, the heavenly dragon appeared. The Yi clan was in trouble. Eldritch in his previous life, Brother Kim, Baihu Xiao Zhao, Feng Mingshan recalling his previous life, and the Ling Yun cave teaching. These things are happening to me one after another. But I don't know what to do. Yi Fan looked up at the sky. It was full of stars, and the cold wind was biting cold. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Fan arrived above the Eagle Distress Peak. He withdrew his spirit energy and slowly landed on the peak. Yi Fan had never been here since he was young, and he had never heard of anyone who had been here before. Every time he suggested to his father that he wanted to seek shelter at the peak of the mountain during summer, his father, Yi Kong, would always reject him. Yi Kong told Yi Fan that the Eagle's Distress Peak was covered in snow all year round. The air was thin, and there was no sign of human habitation. It would be dangerous to go up the mountain recklessly. Now it seemed that his father, Yi Kong, had lied to him. The reason was very simple. Looking from afar, other than the thick layer of snow on top of the mountain, there was also a simple wooden house. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The existence of the small wooden hut proved that there was someone living here. What kind of person could survive in such a harsh environment? Besides, the mountain peak was surrounded by cliffs. How did this person come up here? In this godforsaken place, how could a person survive? As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Yi Fan was no longer the same Yi Fan from 3 days ago. He carefully circulated his spirit energy and slowly floated toward the small wooden hut. About 300 feet away from the small wooden hut, Yi Fan was once again stunned by the scene in front of him. There was actually no snow within 300 feet of the small wooden hut. Logically speaking, the lack of snow should not have surprised Yi Fan so much. After all, if someone lived in the small wooden hut, they would definitely come out to clean it. However, what surprised Yi Fan was not the empty space, but the things on the empty space. There were actually grains growing on the ground within 300 feet. How is this possible? How could grains be grown in such an environment? What kind of joke was this? Yi Fan looked at the grains on the empty space and felt a little incredulous. He squatted down and observed carefully. He realized that the empty space was very warm. It was a world of difference from the temperature outside. The accumulated snow on the empty space had all melted into water and nourished the grains on the empty space. What was going on? How could there be such a warm place on a high mountain? Just as Yi Fan was feeling incredulous, the door of the small wooden hut opened with a creak. A young man pushed the door open and walked out. Yi Fan already had a cultivation level, so his eyesight was astonishing. He saw that the young man was dressed in a black robe with golden threads. His face was like the moon in mid-autumn, and his eyes were like cold stars. He had delicate features, red lips, and white teeth. I am Yi Fan. I did not know that there were people living on this mountain peak. I unintentionally trespassed on your treasured land. Please forgive me, Yi Fan said. This person must be the otherworldly expert that Brother Kim had mentioned. Yi Fan did not expect this expert to be so young. He looked like he was about the same age as him. As the saying went, it was not strange to be polite. After all, this was someone else's place. He should be polite. After the young man heard Yi Fan's words, he did not have any reaction. His eyes were still staring at Yi Fan. Yi Fan saw that the person did not reply and felt a little unhappy. He was already polite, but he did not expect this person to be so rude. He did not even say anything. He wanted to turn around and leave, but Brother Kim had said that this person was not to be trifled with. If he could get this person's help, then the Yi family would be safe. So no matter how rude the other party was, he had to swallow his anger. Otherworldly experts usually had bad tempers. Yi Fan understood this logic. Just as Yi Fan did not know what to do, the young man spoke. "What is your father's name?" The young man asked coldly. "My father is Yi Kong." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly answered. No matter what, this person finally spoke. "Yi Kong." The young man looked up at the starry sky. "Yi Kong? Yi Kong." The young man seemed to be recalling. "Is he Yi Yun's eldest son?" "Yes," Yi Fan answered. Ever since the great ancestor ascended the throne, the Yi family was filled with people with average aptitude. Occasionally, there would be a few who were slightly smarter like Yi Yun, but they were also very rare. It was only when your father, Yi Kong, was born that the Yi family had a decent talent. "It's a pity." The young man shook his head and sighed. "What's a pity?" Yi Fan asked. "It's a pity that your father, Yi Kong, followed the wrong person. If I were to train him, not to mention becoming the head of the Yi family, it would not be impossible for him to be ranked as an immortal," the young man said. Even though the young man said those words very calmly, it still shocked Yi Fan greatly. From a young man's words, this person was at least older than his father, Yi Kong. His father was in his 40s, so logically speaking, this person was at least in his 50s. However, from his appearance, he looked like he was in his 20s. This person was definitely not simple. No wonder Brother Kim specifically asked for this person to help the Yi family survive this disaster. "May I ask for Senior's name?" Yi Fan asked directly. Time waits for no one. Tomorrow was the day of the Yi family's disaster. This person was still at the peak and did not come down to help. There were only two possibilities. One was that the Yi family did not come to invite him. The other was that the Yi family did not invite him. However, didn't Sky Dragon promise to invite him? Why did he not give face to Sky Dragon? "It's no use even if you know my name. I advise you to leave this place quickly and return to the Yi family to prepare. Don't waste time here. I've already told Yi Yun that the Yi family's matters have nothing to do with me anymore," said the young man. "Since you've said so, I won't force you any further," Yi Fan replied calmly. Whether the Yi family is safe and sound this time, or whether they've been annihilated, this is the Yi family's own business. You're not a member of the Yi family, so it's understandable that you won't help us. However, I want to tell you this, Senior, Yi Fan said slowly. Even if every member of the Yi family were to die in battle, there will not be a single coward among them. Once Yi Fan had finished speaking, he joined his fists in a salute towards the young man before turning around to leave. "Wait," said the young man. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" Yi Fan turned around and faced the young man again. "I don't care if you're Yi Fan, Bufan, First Moon, or Xieyu. Since you're a member of the Yi family now, I don't mind telling you that it's not that I don't want to help, but that I no longer have any reason to help the Yi family," said the young man. The young man's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Yi Fan to break out in cold sweat. This young man was indeed powerful, to be able to mention his name from his previous life so casually. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Who knew where he came from? "What do you mean, Senior?" Yi Fan calmed himself down and asked. "I've already been expelled from the Yi family. I'm no longer a member of the Yi family." The young man's words caused Yi Fan's heart to palpitate. Senior is also." Yi Fan was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. Since he was young, Yi Fan was very familiar with all the elders of the Yi family. He could even recite the names of the elders who had passed away from the Yi family's genealogy. He did not know which elder the young man before him was, nor had he heard his father or grandfather mention any elder who had been expelled from the Yi family. "That's right, I was once a member of the Yi family, but I was expelled by the head of the Yi family for some reason. Since then, I've been living on the Eagle's distress peak. Forget it, the young man sighed. Let's not talk about it. Senior, please accept a bow from this junior. Yi Fan knelt on the snowy ground with a thump. Why are you kneeling in front of me? Snapped the young man. I've already told you, I'm no longer a member of the Yi family. I don't know what happened back then. I only know that Senior is still a member of the Yi family, said Yi Fan. Nonsense. The young man was a little agitated. I've long stopped being a member of the Yi family. You have no idea how happy I was when the Yi family faced a disaster. Do you know what this is? Retribution. Retribution. So what if it's the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon? So what if it's an ancient spiritual creature? It still can't interfere with the affairs of the human world, right? I like to see how the Yi family is going to escape this disaster. Ha ha. The young man laughed maniacally. Senior, Yi Fan interrupted the young man's laughter. I'll only ask you 3 questions. After that, I'll return to the Yi family immediately and promise you that the Yi family will never disturb you again. Speak, said the young man. First, judging from your tone, you must have been wrong back then. Since that's the case, I'd like to ask you, who wronged you? I've already told you, it was the head of the Yi family, replied the young man. Is that head still alive? Asked Yi Fan. He died a long time ago, said the young man. Since he was the only one who wronged you, you should only hate him. Why do you hate the entire Yi family? Yi Fan continued. Now that the head of the Yi family is no longer in this world, why are you still holding a grudge? The young man remained silent. Second, since you said that you're no longer a member of the Yi family, why didn't you go somewhere else to live in seclusion? Why did you choose to live on top of the Yi family's ancestral home on the agonizing Eagle Peak? I'm sure you're still worried about the Yi family, said Yi Fan. The young man remained silent. Third, even if you're no longer a member of the Yi family and cut off all ties with the Yi family, I still have to ask you. But I still want to ask you. Yi Fan paused for a moment before continuing. Were you raised by the Yi family? Do you have the blood of the Yi family flowing in your body? That's enough. The young man suddenly shouted. I've disturbed you this time. I hope you can forgive me. I'll take my leave now. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he turned around without even looking back. He used his spiritual energy to soar into the sky and left. Chapter 22. By the time he returned to the ancestral home, it was already midnight. Yi Fan did not enter the ancestral home through the entrance. Presumably, everyone had already fallen asleep by now. He flew directly above the ancestral home and floated several dozen feet above the ground, slowly drifting towards the ancestral hall in the back garden. When he floated above the courtyard, Yi Fan suddenly realized that there seemed to be people walking around in the courtyard. There seemed to be quite a number of people, at least a few dozen. With the war imminent, it should be the Yi clan patrolling the night, Yi Fan thought. However, what puzzled him was that if they were patrolling at night, they should at least be holding torches. How were they going to patrol in such a dark place? Yi Fan felt that something was off. He felt that the footsteps of these people sounded especially heavy, like the sound of iron being forged. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his spirit chi and floated onto the roof. He carefully observed the people in the courtyard and realized that there were about 30 of them. They were all masked and wearing copper armor. They were equipped with a complete set of weapons. There was a long saber at their waists, a spear in their hands, and a crossbow and a huge quiver on their backs. The quiver was filled with sharp arrows made of fine steel. What was even more terrifying was that these people's eyes were all flashing with a faint blue light. From afar, they looked like will-o'-the-wisps. Who were these people? Why were they so strange? Their movements were uniform and well-trained. Could it be? Yi Fan suddenly remembered the rumor about the bronze men. He reached out and picked up an iron tile from the roof. Exerting strength in his hand, he threw the iron tile at one of the people. This iron tile was made from scrap iron sand and was extremely hard. If it hit a person's body, their bones and tendons would be broken. Coupled with Yi Fan's current cultivation, this iron tile flew towards one of the people like a meteor. The iron tile arrived in the blink of an eye. When it was about 5 feet away from the back of the person's head, the person moved. If Yi Fan had not been mentally prepared, he would probably have fainted from fright. He saw the person's head turn 180 degrees. His eyes emitted a strange blue light. Then, his body turned around. At the same time, he pulled out a saber with one hand. A cold light flashed. With a swoosh, the iron tile flying towards him was cut in two. Yi Fan had purposely slapped the iron tile in front of him. The tile was facing forward, and his strength was strong. After the iron tile was cut in half by the man, its strength did not diminish, and it still hit the man's body solidly. Logically speaking, if such a force hit a person, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. However, when the iron tile hit this person, it was smashed into pieces. That person didn't even sway. It really is a copper man, Yi Fan exclaimed. The rumors were indeed true. It seemed like the Yi family really had such a mechanical bronze statue. Just as Yi Fan was amazed by the exquisite design of the bronze figures, he suddenly heard a sound of something breaking through the air. When Yi Fan looked closely, he cursed inwardly. He saw that the 33 bronze figures had unknowingly lined up in a row. The powerful crossbows on their bodies released tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. A rain of arrows covered the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards him. Yi Fan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly dodged the rain of arrows with his spiritual energy and soared into the air. He didn't expect that the bronze figures would still not let him go. They aimed their powerful crossbows at Yi Fan in the air again. For a moment, the sky was filled with arrows again. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until they shot Yi Fan to death. Yi Fan was helpless. He could only rely on his own speed to dodge these sharp arrows. Every time he dodged, the bronze figures would aim at Yi Fan and shoot again. This cycle repeated. Yi Fan had no other choice. For the time being, he could only use his cold energy to freeze these bronze figures. Thinking of this, Yi Fan pulled out the snake shadow sword. He activated 20% of his cold energy and waved the sword. Before the rain of arrows fell, he used the cold energy to freeze the arrows in the air and the bronze figures on the ground. The rain of arrows in the air instantly lost its power, and all of them fell to the ground with tinkling sounds. Looking at the bronze figures again, they were still in their shooting positions. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of ice, and they could no longer move. Yi Fan landed back on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your cold energy has improved a lot. A person floated down from the courtyard with a long sword in his hand and said, Father. Yi Fan shouted loudly, Why are you here? The person who came was Yi Kong. He, the head of the family, has already told me everything. I guess that you would come back tonight, so I waited for you here. I didn't think that you would really come. Yi Kong was naturally very happy to see his son return. Where's grandfather? Where are the others? Are they all ready? Yi Fan was worried about Yi Yun. Don't worry. Your grandfather is meditating. The others have already safely returned to their own homes. Yi Kong said, What? Return home? Yi Fan didn't understand. Since the Yi family was facing a great disaster, why didn't they mobilize the entire family to deal with it? Instead, they dispersed their forces. You don't understand. If there are too many people, there will be too many worries, and we won't be able to move freely. Right now, there are only the three of us in the Yi family's ancestral residence, and these bronze figures that you have frozen. Yi Kong said, Only the three of us? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that the Yi family had many experts. Even if they couldn't invite the senior at the peak of the Eagle Sorrow Peak, the dozens of top experts in the Yi family should be able to turn the situation around. But now, there were only the three of them. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers against four strong enemies. One had to know that in a battle between experts, a small factor could determine the outcome, not to mention that there was an additional person on the other side. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. What will come will come, Yi Kong said meaningfully. He had watched Yi Fan grow up, so he understood Yi Fan's thoughts the best. I heard from your grandfather that the sky dragon of the ancestral hall told him in a dream that you were cultivating in the mountains with an expert and would be back in 3 days. I was worried that your cultivation wasn't enough, but now it seems that I was overthinking. I didn't expect you to be reborn in just 3 days. It's the family's honor. It seems that the Yi family will be able to survive this disaster. Father, what's the deal with the snake shadow sword and the golden ring sword? And these bronze figures? Yi Fan asked. Facing his father, Yi Fan didn't have the habit of beating around the bush. It's a long story. I can't explain it to you in a short time. Allow me to tell you slowly in the future. This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me to the back garden and see your grandfather first. As Yi Kong spoke, he walked in front of the bronze men that were frozen by Yi Fan's cold air. He extended his hand and smashed the ice shell on top of the bronze men's heads. Come and help me restore them to their original state. Restore them to their original state? Yi Fan didn't understand. It wasn't easy for him to freeze these bronze figures. If they were restored to their original state, these bronze figures would definitely attack him again. Don't worry. With me here, they won't attack you. Yi Kong used some unknown method to open a cover on the back of a bronze figure's head. Come and see. Yi Fan walked to the front of the bronze man and discovered that the back of the bronze man's head, which had been opened, was filled with numerous mechanical springs and gears. It looked extremely intricate and complicated. However, at this time, it was no longer rotating. It was probably because it was frozen. The back of the bronze figure's head is the hub of the entire mechanism. Look, Yi Kong pointed to a bronze knob inside and said, this is the switch to reactivate the bronze figure. Although the bronze figure is extremely strong, it also has an automatic protection device. Once it is forcibly restrained by the outside world, it will immediately resist. Even if it is trapped, the bronze figure will automatically stop all the mechanisms to prevent the gears from being damaged. Only when the outside world can no longer restrain them will they be reactivated. These bronze figures have 3 levels. The first level is the night patrol state, which is also the lowest combat state. In this state, the bronze figures will move together and line up in a long line to patrol the courtyard. Once they discover an intruder, as you just saw, they will attack together and try to maintain a distance from the intruder. They will use crossbows to shoot from afar. They won't stop until the intruder is eliminated or the intruder escapes from the courtyard. The second level is the attack state. Yi Kong turned the knob halfway and heard a few creaking sounds. The spring gears in the back of the bronze figure's head started to rotate again. Fine cracks began to appear on the ice shell around the bronze man, emitting creaking sounds. Yi Kong pulled Yi Fan's hand and quickly retreated a few feet. Just as they left, they saw the bronze figure shatter the ice shell around it with a bang. The ice shards scattered all over the ground. After removing the shackles on its body, the bronze figure stood still again. Its head with a bronze helmet turned slowly on its shoulder, and its blue eyes swept back and forth. In this state, the bronze figure is in attack mode and will automatically search for the enemy. Anyone who attacks their master or attacks them will become their target. Yi Kong said, the bronze figure in attack mode is vicious and inhumane. Every attack will kill until the opponent loses the ability to fight. What? Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. I just attacked him. Don't tell me that he wants to kill me now. Yi Fan said nervously when he saw the bronze man's head slowly turning towards him. You are safe now because I put something on you. Yi Kong smiled at Yi Fan. Something? What is it? Yi Fan was puzzled. It's this, Yi Kong said as he pointed at Yi Fan's waist. Yi Fan lowered his head and realized that there was a black object tied to his waist. This? What is this? As Yi Fan spoke, he held the item in his hand and examined it repeatedly. He discovered that it was an irregular object that was black and shiny. It was about the size of an egg, and there was a small hole on it. A 5-colored string was strung through it. His father's movement technique was still so powerful. He didn't even notice when he tied this object to him. This is? Yi Fan asked. He didn't know what this black object was. This is a magnet. Yi Kong explained. Magnet? What does this have to do with the bronze figure? Yi Fan was even more confused. This is the ingenuity of the bronze figure. Every bronze figure has a magnet that is exactly the same as the one in my hand. Their function is to distinguish between friend and foe. Because these magnets were all taken from a single piece of magnet, the magnetic force was exactly the same. Therefore, as long as one wore these magnets, it would resonate with the magnets in the Coppermen's bodies and would not be attacked by the Coppermen. Even if the bronze figure is cut into 8 pieces, they will still be obedient. Yi Kong said, "These bronze figures are indeed mysterious." Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. I wonder which expert designed such an ingenious bronze figure. I heard from your grandfather that these bronze figures were originally made by Zhuge Liang's father-in-law, Huang Qingyan, during the Three Kingdoms period. However, they were all wooden figures used to guard the house. Not only were there wooden figures, there were also wooden dogs, wooden birds, etc. Almost anything could be made. The objects created were extremely delicate and lifelike, almost as if they were alive. After Zhuge Liang married his daughter, this ingenious method of creation was naturally passed to his son-in-law. Zhuge Liang used this method of creation many times in his battle with Sima Yi. For example, the wooden ox, crossbow, and the fire dragon used to burn the Rot-Tan armor soldiers were all created by this ingenious method of creation. Yi Kong explained. Then what happened? Who made these 33 bronze figures? Yi Fan continued to ask, as if he was intoxicated. Chapter 23. I didn't expect the bronze men to have such an extraordinary origin, Yi Fan sighed. The Yi family itself is an extraordinary family. Naturally, it has an extraordinary origin, Yi Kong said. Father, you said that the bronze men have 3 levels. What is the 3rd state? Yi Fan asked. The 3rd state. Yi Kong took a deep breath and said slowly, the 3rd state is the berserk state. Even I haven't seen this state before. It is said that in the berserk state, they are like killing machines. They cooperate very well and even know how to use formations. Their goal is very simple. They will not stop until they kill the other party. Also, Yi Kong said slowly, to ensure that the other party is completely dead, they will cut off the other party's head. When Yi Fan heard this, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked back at the bronze men and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, these bronze men were only in the night patrol state. If they were in the berserk state, he couldn't imagine what it would be like to have 33 berserk bronze men attacking him at the same time. Now that you are back, these bronze men can no longer stay in a night patrol state. Now, you and I will adjust all of these bronze men to the offensive state in case of any accidents, Yi Kong said. Okay, Yi Fan said as he adjusted the remaining 32 bronze men to the offensive state with his father. After the bronze men were adjusted, Yi Kong led Yi Fan out of the courtyard and to the back garden. At this time, the back garden was still in the same messy state as a few days ago. Stone tables and chairs were tilted left and right. Towering trees were uprooted, and the ground was full of gravel and mud. The only thing that hadn't changed was the rockery. It was still sitting there, forming a sharp contrast with the mess in the courtyard. It looked very strange. Looks like a lot happened that night. As Yi Kong stepped over a fallen tree, he told Yi Fan about what had happened in the ancestral home that night. He learned from Huang Shouyi that the members of the various branches of the Yi family had been awoken by the sound of thunder. They all found it very strange and gathered in the meeting hall of the ancestral home. However, they later found that the other places were peaceful except for the back garden, which was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. It was winter now, so how could there be dark clouds and sudden thunder? The Yi family had never experienced such a strange thing before. They were very worried about the master who lived in the back garden, so they all came to the outside of the garden. They wanted to come in and see what was going on, but they didn't dare to take a step inside. After all, the family rules were very strict. Without the permission of the master, no one was allowed to enter the back garden. However, there was no other way. This matter was urgent and concerned the safety of the Yi family. The Yi family members could not care less and were prepared to rush in together to see what was going on. If nothing happened, they would be punished collectively. However, just as they were about to open the door and rush in, they found that the master and a young man were hovering in the air. The two of them were fighting in the air. This fight could be said to be earth-shattering. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Furthermore, a divine dragon and a strange bird appeared. They knew that Yi Yun was powerful, but they did not know that the master was so powerful that he could fight the mysterious young man to a standstill. Later on, for some reason, the two of them stopped fighting and landed on the ground. After that, no one knew what happened inside. The gatekeeper, Huang Shouyi, was an impatient person. He could not hold back his temper and directly opened the door and rushed in. When he went in, everyone followed. In the end, they found that other than the mess on the ground, they did not find anyone. The master, Yi Fan, and the young man were all missing. 2 whole days passed. In these 2 days, although the Yi clan was extremely anxious, they did not cause any trouble. On one hand, they sent people to inform Yi Kong to return to the ancestral home, and on the other hand, they notified the various branches of the Yi clan to do their best to search for the head of the family, Yi Yun. However, after mobilizing the entire Yi family to search for 2 whole days, there was still no news of Yi Yun. However, the Yi family was now divided into 2 factions. One faction believed that the current plan was to continue searching for Yi Yun while selecting a new master. In short, the Yi family could not be without a leader. Now that such a big matter had happened, the Yi family should immediately enter a state of emergency and quickly select a new master. They should also take out the armament forging manual and bronze figure manual from the Jade Snake's seat in the ancestral hall and hand it to the new master. They wanted the new master to seize the time to cultivate the armament forging manual in case of any accidents. However, the other faction did not think so. They felt that the master was only temporarily absent and that it was not to the point of selecting a new master. From a situation at that time, it seemed that Yi Yun and the young man were only exchanging pointers and did not fight to the death. Otherwise, with Yi Yun's temper, he would have either told everyone to deal with a strong enemy together or informed everyone to avoid danger. In addition, Yi Yun was not at a disadvantage at that time, so it was impossible for anything to happen to the master, Yi Yun. Just as the 2 factions were quarreling endlessly in the meeting hall, Yi Yun pushed the door open and walked in. Instantly, everyone stopped quarreling and became silent. They all stood up and bowed to Yi Yun. Those who were clamoring to select a new master did not even dare to breathe loudly. It must be known that the Yi family's rules were extremely strict. Other than the current master who violated the ancestral teachings or was seriously ill or had died suddenly, an exception could be made to select a new master. No one was allowed to propose the selection of a new master without authorization. Those who violated the rules would be severely punished. Yi Yun pushed the door open and entered the room. After sitting in the master's seat, he swept his gaze over everyone. He did not speak for a long time with a serious expression. When everyone saw this, they were silent like cicadas in winter. What happened after that? Yi Fan asked Yi Kong. He did not know what had happened in the ancestral house 2 days ago. When I heard the news, I came here the next day. When the master returned, I was also present. At that time, your grandfather was expressionless and had a grave expression. I have never seen your grandfather like this in my life. After he walked to the main seat in the meeting hall and sat down, he only said 3 things. Yi Kong recalled the scene at that time and told Yi Fan. What 3 things? Yi Fan asked. First, except for me, the others were ordered to immediately return to their branches. Furthermore, they were to close the pawn shop business and refuse to see anyone. After returning home, they were to close the door and hide in a secret room. They were to prepare dry food and drinking water and activate all the mechanisms in the residence. Second, even if they found an intruder, they were to close the door and not come out. They were not to fight blindly. They were to try their best not to let the other party find out where they were hiding. Third, once their whereabouts were discovered, they were to quickly escape without any hesitation. No matter how much money they had, they were not to be reluctant to leave. They were to immediately hide in the deep mountains and forests. They were not to show themselves without receiving the Yi family's secret signal. Finally, your grandfather told everyone present that a strong enemy would come to the Yi family in a few days. He did not know what their purpose was, but presumably it was for the Yi family's weapon forging manual. If this matter was not handled properly, the Yi family would be in danger of being exterminated. If they did not receive the Yi family's secret signal within 3 days, it would prove that the ancestral house had been destroyed. If that was the case, the Yi family was not allowed to investigate the ins and outs of this matter. They were not allowed to seek revenge. They were to change their names, sell their belongings, and go far away. In short, the farther they were from here, the better. As for the weapon forging manual, he would rather destroy it than give it to them. Yi Kong sighed and said, "Since the Yi family became famous, we have experienced many big and small tribulations, but we have never been as nervous as we are now. If your grandfather had not told me personally, I would not have believed that such a thing would happen. It seems that this calamity is really a life and death calamity for the Yi family." Yi Kong sighed and said, "I have already informed the family. Everything will be done according to the head's instructions. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to involve you this time. Father, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, when brothers fight, father and son go into battle. I'm sure grandfather has already told you that Fan is no longer the same as he was in the past." Yi Fan understood Yi Kong's thoughts. If the Yi family lost this battle, then the three of them would not be able to escape from the Yellow Springs. They would also be known as inferior, causing the Yi family's 1,000 years of reputation to be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the father and son had already arrived outside Yi Yun's room. After Yi Kong knocked on the door, he brought Yi Fan directly into the inner room. When Yi Fan saw his grandfather meditating on the bed, he could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Yi Yun's face was rosy and full of vigor. Even the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. It was as if he was 10 years younger. He actually looked to be about the same age as his father, Yi Kong. Yi Fan knew in his heart that this was definitely the effect of Brother Kim possessing him. He did not expect that possessing him for 2 days would result in such a shocking change. Yi Fan greets the head. Yi Fan knelt down and bowed. Rules were rules. Even his grandfather could not be sloppy. "Fan Air, you are here." Ian opened his eyes and got off the bed. He smiled and helped Yi Fan up. "Now that there are only the three of us, grandfather and grandson, there is no need to adhere to those rules." After Yi Fan got up, Ian began to size up Yi Fan, as expected of the Xianmen's secret technique. "In just 3 days, you are actually reborn. Now that you have half a foot in the 3 realms, your ancestors are truly virtuous." Ian said with a smile, "Grandfather, you are also doing well. Look at how you are now. You are completely different from 3 days ago. I think your cultivation level must have increased by another level." Yi Fan also said with a smile, "Ha ha." The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and laughed. They had a tacit understanding. "Sky Dragon has already told me everything about you in my dreams. I did not expect Fan Air to have such a background. In your past life, you were actually sworn brothers with that person. But even so, you are still the blood of the Yi family. You are still my eldest grandson, Ian. Don't you think so?" Ian asked Yi Fan. "Grandfather, what are you saying? Of course I am a member of the Yi family. Of course I am your eldest grandson." "Good." Ian continued. "Sky Dragon in the Ancestral Hall told me that only the 3 of us and the person on the agonizing Hawk Peak can resolve this calamity. Before I came back, I had already gone to the agonizing Hawk Peak. Unfortunately," Ian sighed, "I did not manage to ask that expert for help. It seems like only the 3 of us can fight this time." "Father, who is that expert on the agonizing Hawk Peak? Why don't I know about him?" Yi Kong asked Ian. "So it's a long story." Ian gestured for Yi Fan and Yi Kong to sit down. He also sat on the cloud bed and told them the whole story. "This is the Yi clan's greatest secret, and has only been passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. Now that the Yi clan is facing a great calamity, I will make an exception and tell you all about it. Once it is out of my mouth and into your ears, no matter whether you can survive this calamity or not, none of you can say a single word about it," Yi Yun instructed. "Father, don't worry. Fan Air and I will not say a word. Yi Kong said, Grandfather, I forgot to tell you. I passed by the agonizing Hawk Peak on my way back and met that expert. Yi Fan told Yi Yun and Yi Kong everything that happened on the agonizing Hawk Peak. What? You can fly now? Yi Yun asked in surprise. Yi Kong's expression changed drastically. This, Yi Fan thought that his grandfather Yi Yun already knew that his brother Kim had taught him the technique. However, it seemed that Yi Yun did not know everything. It's just a simple flying technique. I can't ride the clouds. Yi Fan explained. Ha ha, good boy. It seems that the Yi family has a chance of surviving this calamity. Yi Yun said, I only heard from the Sky Dragon that you have spiritual energy in your body. I didn't expect you to be able to fly in just 3 days. Good, good, good. Ha ha. Yi Yun seemed to be overjoyed. He said good 3 times in a row. I saw how you moved when you were fighting the Bronze Man. It didn't look like a flying technique. So that's why. Yi Kong was enlightened. Grandfather, what happened to that expert on the agonizing Hawk Peak? Yi Fan asked Yi Yun again. Hearing Yi Fan's question, Yi Yun put away the smile on his face and said, What Fan heard is the truth. The expert at the top of the Hawk Sorrow Peak is indeed from the Yi family, and it's just as he said. The Yi family has wronged him. Yi Yun sighed when he mentioned this. His name is Yi Ming. He has been living in seclusion on the agonizing Hawk Peak since 300 years ago. What? Yi Fan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. 300 years ago? Yi Fan was shocked. Chapter 24. It turned out that this person's name was Yi Ming. Back then, he had forged a saber during the ancestral worship ceremony and won first place, defeating all the weapons forged by everyone present. The saber's name was Blood Saber. The saber was 4 feet long and completely blood red. On the day the saber was forged, red mist shrouded the sky and covered the sun. This saber was straight and wedge-shaped. Its body was slender and simple, and was surrounded by a dazzling red light. However, the head of the clan, Yi Huan, did not announce him as the successor of the clan. Instead, he expelled him from a Yi clan and erased his name from the family tree. He would never be able to enter the Yi clan, or he would be killed without question. Why did he do this? The reason was simple. Yi Huan thought that this saber was filled with killing intent and evil aura. It was an evil saber. Even if he defeated all the weapons forged by everyone present, he could not become the successor of the Yi clan. Yi Ming was furious when he heard this. He had both ability and integrity. He respected the heavens and the earth, and he was kind and charitable. He also had a good reputation in the Yi clan. Even many respected elders of the Yi clan thought highly of him. In addition, the clan rules clearly stated that as long as one had both ability and integrity and won first place in the Weaponsmith Conference, they would directly become the successor of the Yi clan. He had not broken a single rule. Just because he had forged a weapon that Yi Huan viewed as a demonic blade, he had been stripped of his right to succeed the family and even expelled from the Yi family. This was the biggest joke in the world. In his rage, Yi Ming drew his saber and pointed it at Yi Huan. Waving his saber at the head of the Yi clan seriously violated the clan rules. The clan rule stated that if anyone in the Yi clan fought with the head of the clan, they would be punished by death. When Yi Huan, the head of the Yi clan at that time, saw this, he immediately gave the order to kill. He ordered all the members of the Yi clan present to surround Yi Ming and kill him without question. This sudden change shocked all the members of the Yi clan present. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One had to know that Yi Ming was easygoing and kind-hearted. He was very popular in the Yi clan. Even children liked to play with him. They couldn't do such a thing when they suddenly pulled out their swords against their good friends. For a moment, almost everyone present was pleading with Nai Huan. They even advised Yi Ming to put down his weapon and apologize to their leader. They wanted to turn the big issue into a small one and the small issue into nothing. Unfortunately, the two of them did not listen to his advice and were still in a deadlock. When Yi Huan saw that no one was listening to him, he angrily took out the manager's token and ordered everyone to kill Yi Ming. Otherwise, they would face the same punishment as Yi Ming. The head token was not a child's play. Once the head token appeared, it was a death order that had to be carried out. There was no room for negotiation. When everyone saw Knight Huan take out the token, they knew that there was no turning back. They had no choice but to obey Knight Huan's orders, setting aside their past friendship as they unsheathed their weapons and surrounded Yi Ming. Although it was an encirclement attack, they still showed mercy. It was only an encirclement attack, but they did not use any killing moves. However, the enraged Yi Ming's heart instantly turned cold. He had a good relationship with these people. Today's matter was clearly Knight Huan deliberately making things difficult for him, using this as an excuse to make a fuss. It would have been fine if these people had remained neutral. After all, Knight Huan was the current leader. However, as the saying went, the law could not punish the majority. No matter what Knight Huan did, he could not convict all of these people. If he did, he could forget about continuing as the leader. However, these good friends of his were now pointing their weapons at him. How could he not feel pained? Forget it, forget it. One may know a person's face, but not his heart. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. Thinking up to this point, Yi Ming laughed loudly. Crimson light erupted from the crimson saber in his hand, and a bloody mist rose. With one move, he cut the weapons of everyone attacking him in half. Knight Huan did not expect the usually easygoing Yi Ming to have reached such a high cultivation. If he did not get rid of this person, he would definitely become a huge problem in the future. In truth, Knight Huan had his own selfish motives. Yi Ming had always been open and aboveboard. He knew when to stop and when to stop. He had always been handy and had won the hearts of the people. Knight Huan was already the leader of the Yi family. He did not have any conflicts of interest with Yi Ming. However, Knight Huan had other plans. Aside from Yi Ming, the person most likely to succeed him as the next leader was his son, Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng had been proficient in both the pen and the sword since he was young. He could be considered a genius. Knight Huan had taught Yi Sheng with great care since he was young, hoping that his son would one day rise to the top and become the next leader. However, things did not go as he wished. Of all things, Yi Ming had appeared. He was superior to Yi Sheng in every aspect. Furthermore, what worried Knight Huan even more was that Yi Ming was talented and intelligent. He was known as a once-in-a-century genius in the Yi family. This made Knight Huan anxious. However, there was nothing he could do. Rules were rules. Everything depended on one's strength. However, at the weaponsmith conference, Knight Huan discovered that Yi Ming's saber was not ordinary. He, who had already studied the weaponsmith manual, could tell at a glance that the saber had a strong, murderous aura. He knew that all weapons had murderous aura. The only difference was the amount. In the world, aside from the clear sable sword that Oyezi had spent his entire life forging, there was no other weapon that did not have murderous aura. Thinking of this, Knight Huan had an idea and came up with a plan. He would say that the murderous aura was evil aura and directly remove Yi Ming's qualifications as the next leader of the Yi family. This way, the position of the Yi family's leader would naturally fall into his son's hands. Yi Ming's rage was within his expectations. If it was anyone else in this situation, they would fly into a rage. It couldn't be any more normal. In fact, something like this would only result in disqualification at most. It was not to the point of being chased out of the Yi family. The meticulous Knight Huan had directly used the idea of being chased out of the Yi family and getting rid of the Yi surname to anger Yi Ming completely, forcing him to make the first move. This way, he would naturally use the head of the Yi family's order to punish Yi Ming with the harshest family rules. Things were indeed as he had expected. Yi Ming had directly pointed his saber at him. Everything was going according to his calculations. However, he had made a mistake. Yi Ming had broken all the weapons in the hands of the Yi family members surrounding him in one move. This was far beyond his expectations. It had to be known that the people who had participated in the weaponsmith conference were all top experts of the Yi family. Yi Ming's cultivation was so high that Knight Huan, who had been secretly happy, broke out in a cold sweat. Now that things had come to this, he could only personally take action and deal with this big problem. The stubborn knight, Huan, relied on the fact that he had cultivated the weaponsmith manual and the well-tempered courage of Dragon's silver spear in his hand to personally take action. It was said that this spear was used by Zhao Yun during the Three Kingdoms period. It had later spread among the common people, and Knight Huan had coincidentally obtained this spear. At this moment, Knight Huan did not dare to be careless. He immediately used his lifelong secret technique against Yi Ming, the 100-point spear technique. Although Knight Huan was narrow-minded, he was still a martial arts prodigy. The 100-point spear technique was a spear technique he had comprehended when he saw peach blossoms being blown by the wind. It was said that if one scattered over 100 petals into the air, Knight Huan could use the courage of Dragon's silver spear to pierce all the petals before they fell to the ground. Once the spear technique was used, it would be like hundreds of spears stabbing out at the same time. Hence, the name 100 points spear technique. Coupled with the chi refinement technique in the weaponsmith manual, Knight Huan could now use the spear to release a force similar to sword chi. His strength was completely different from before he had become the head of the Yi family. The courage of Dragon's silver spear charged toward Yi Ming with a whistling force. Before the spear arrived, the force was already there. At this time, Yi Ming had already entered a state of madness. Not only did he not dodge, the corners of his mouth curved. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a frightening smile, he held the blood blade in his hand and charged forward with a ball of red brilliance. However, the red light suddenly appeared and the blood mist rose again. The red brilliance collided with the dots of cold light coming from the opposite side in an instant. Only the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The air waves scattered in all directions, blowing everyone present to the side. When everything quieted down, everyone saw Knight Huan with disheveled hair, Yi Ming with an evil smile on his face, and a shiny silver spear that was more than a foot deep into the wall opposite Knight Huan. Yi Ming's blood sword was currently placed on Knight Huan's neck. Knight Huan, whose face was pale, was terrified. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Knight Huan? Umph. Yi Ming smirked. You should remove the first stroke of the word Huan. It's more appropriate to call him Bad Knight, don't you think? As Yi Ming spoke, he pressed the blood sword in his hand against Knight Huan's neck. A few drops of blood immediately flowed out from the skin on Knight Huan's neck. However, the blood did not drip onto the blood sword. Instead, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was absorbed by the sword. Yi Ming, you've committed treason. How dare you be so rude to me? You've forged this demonic blade, yet you refuse to realize your error. You'll definitely suffer the wrath of the heavens in the future. Although Yi Huan was in danger, he still acted righteous. Demonic sword? Yi Ming's heart was already dead. Whatever you say. Listen up, all of you. Yi Ming kicked Knight Huan to the ground and pointed his sword at everyone. From now on, I, Yi Ming, will sever all ties with you hypocrites. I'll no longer have anything to do with the Yi clan. From today onwards, we'll stay out of each other's way. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to come to Yi Ming's peak and look for me. I, Yi Ming, will accompany you to the end. However, Yi Ming sneered again, I won't be as merciful as I am today when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sword and landed on the ground. Sword chi swept out and a red light erupted. A 10-meter-long hole was cut open on the ground. Dust instantly filled the air. When everyone looked at Yi Ming again after the dust had settled, he had already disappeared. From then on, the Yi clan never saw Yi Ming again. Later, Knight Huan lost the support of the people because he abused his authority as the head of the Yi clan. The previous head of the Yi clan, Yi Xing, who had returned from his travels, crippled his cultivation and stripped him of his position as the head of the Yi clan. He was thrown into an underground prison and a new head was elected. Yi Xing knew that Yi Ming had been greatly wronged. He personally went to the peak to invite Yi Ming back. However, he discovered that Yi Ming's personality had changed greatly due to the excessive stimulation. He was close to becoming a demon. Yi Xing felt ashamed. If he had not misjudged Yi Ming and passed the position of head of the Yi clan to the narrow-minded Knight Huan, such a thing would never have happened to the Yi clan. As a result, Yi Xing told Yi Ming that everything was his fault. If Yi Ming wanted revenge, he could directly go down the mountain and find him. He could do whatever he wanted, but he could not blame the other members of the Yi clan. After all, Knight Huan was the head of the Yi clan at the time. Once the head of the Yi clan gave an order, no one dared to disobey. He had already crippled Knight Huan's cultivation and stripped him of his position as head of the Yi clan. He had also set a rule for all the members of the Yi clan. If Yi Ming returned to the Yi clan one day, he could become the head of the Yi clan at any time. No matter who the head of the Yi clan was at the time, as long as Yi Ming wanted to, he would have to give up the position of head of the Yi clan to Yi Ming. This would take effect immediately. Yi Ming did not say a word after hearing this. He only raised his head and looked at the Fei Shui in a daze. After Yi Xing finished speaking, he took out a newly forged head of the Yi clan and placed it on the ground. He then turned and left Hawk Distress Peak. 500 years have passed since then. None of the successive heads of the Yi clan have gone to the Hawk Distress Peak. They all thought that he had already passed away. That was until a few days ago, when Tianlong told me in a dream that not only was Yi Ming not dead, but he had also gone against the heavens. He had extracted the demonic nature from his body and sealed it into his blood blade. That blood blade has now become a true demonic blade, and Yi Ming has almost become an immortal due to the removal of his demonic nature. At this point, Yi Yin could not stop sighing. Even I did not expect that he would be able to use such a method to remove his demonic nature, as expected of the number one ghost of the Yi clan. Unfortunately, Yi Yin continued. After so many years, he is still brooding and refuses to leave the mountain with me. Yi Fan and Yi Kong remained silent after hearing this. They knew that the Yi clan had many secrets, but they did not know that the Yi clan had such a shocking secret. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Yi Yun continued. Fan Air is no longer the same as before. Although the three of us, grandfather, grandson, and the 33 bronze men, can't say that victory is in our hands, we have at least a 70% chance of winning, as long as it's not a Daluo immortal. Fan Air and I have already adjusted those bronze men to attack mode. No matter what happens, we will be able to hear it, Yi Kong said. Chapter 25. After a simple meal, the three of them sat cross-legged and began to meditate, concentrating on cultivating qi. Yi Yun cultivated the sword qi in the weapon forging manual. When the sword qi was cultivated to the highest level, one would become a sword immortal. This sword immortal sect was the most mysterious since ancient times and formed its own sect. The Taoist classics of the past generations only mentioned it casually and did not explain it in detail. It was said that after becoming a sword immortal, one would be shrouded in sword qi and would be extremely domineering. One could take a person's life with a stretch of his hand and even kill someone from 1,000 miles away. He could also fly with his sword between heaven and earth. One could only see the dragon's head, but not its tail. Yi Yin had been cultivating the mental cultivation method in the weapon forging manual for more than 10 years. His sword qi had been cultivated to the level of 3 feet. No one could get close to him within 3 feet. After being possessed by the spiritual object in the golden ring sword, Yi Yun's cultivation had increased greatly. In addition, the snow thread sword in his hand was a peerless divine weapon. Now, Yi Yun's strength could be said to have soared. He was no longer the same as before. Yi Kong cultivated the ethereal sword technique and innate vitality. When Yi Yun became the head of the Yi family, Yi Kong did not want to live under his father's halo. So he left home alone to wander the world and find experts in order to learn amazing swordsmanship. He did not like other weapons since he was young, but he liked swords. Every time he went to the weapon pavilion with his father, Yi Kong, he would stop at the sword pavilion and would not leave. After Yi Kong went out to wander, he found many so-called experts, but without exception, all of them were unworthy of their reputation. One day, he visited Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. Mount Longhu was the place where Zhang Daoling, the founder of the Taoist sect, refined pills. According to the records of Mount Longhu, the original name of the mountain was Yunjin Mountain. The first Taoist master refined the nine heavens divine pill here. He had been out for some time, but he had not found an expert. He was very depressed and drowned his sorrows in alcohol every night until dawn. If he still couldn't find an expert after coming to Mount Longhu this time, he planned to return home and give up on this idea. He would never look for an expert again. On this day, Yi Kong saw that the weather was fine, so he went to the peak of Mount Longhu early in the morning. He saw strange peaks and precipitous cliffs, light clouds and gentle winds, towering ancient trees and gurgling streams. What a Taoist ancestral court! He immediately felt as if the stuffiness in his chest had been swept away, and he was in a good mood. He played for an entire day in high spirits, and it wasn't until the sun set that he started walking down the mountain. However, when he reached the foot of the mountain, he was suddenly blocked by a beggar. That beggar's clothes were in tatters. He had a stick in his left hand and a bowl in his right. He begged Yi Kong to give him something to eat. Yi Kong saw that the beggar was in poverty and felt compassion for him. He took out a piece of gold leaf and put it in the beggar's bowl. He wanted to leave, but the beggar was different from other beggars. He only asked for food and did not ask for money. He had seen many beggars, but this was the first time he had seen a beggar who didn't want money. Yi Kong had a kind nature. Seeing that this beggar was not greedy for money, he invited him to the famous Drunken Immortal restaurant in Jiangxi to drink together. That beggar was not polite and started to eat and drink. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Yi Kong remembered that he was looking for an expert to learn from. So he asked the beggar where there was an expert on Mount Longhu. That beggar laughed and told him that he was an expert. If he wanted to learn from him, he would have to treat him to meals in this restaurant for 3 months. Yi Kong saw that this person was crazy and spoke without thinking, so he did not make things difficult for him. He took out 10 pieces of gold leaf and gave them to the restaurant's manager. He also told the manager to serve this beggar well for 3 months and not to treat him badly. After explaining everything, Yi Kong turned and left. However, just as he was about to go down the stairs, he suddenly felt an invisible wall in front of him blocking his way. Yi Kong was not an ordinary person, so he tried to force his way through. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still fiercely bounced back. Yi Kong finally understood that he had met an expert, and that expert was that beggar. He hurried back to the table and found that the beggar was still drinking. He was using his chopsticks to knock on the cup and singing. One Yi Kong heard the sorrow of eternity. His words will not stop until he is shocked to death. Even if I break through the 9 heavens realm, I still need to visit the Drunken Immortal restaurant. It really is him. Yi Kong was secretly happy. Ever since he left home a year ago, he had traveled all over the mountains and rivers, but he had not met a real expert. All of them were good-for-nothings. Now, he had searched high and low for him, only to find it by chance. He did not expect that he would actually meet an expert. Yi Kong didn't dare to be negligent and couldn't care less. He walked in front of the beggar in a few steps. His knees went soft, and he prepared to kneel down and pay his respects. However, the moment his knees went soft, the beggar raised his index finger slightly, and an invisible force held onto his knees, making him unable to kneel. He looked at the beggar who was still eating and drinking, ignoring him. When Yi Kong saw this, he could only stand to the side with his hands by his side. This scene stunned the manager of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He had seen fools before, but he had never seen such a fool. Treating a beggar to a meal was already foolish enough, but he still wanted to stand to the side and wait on him. The manager shook his head. This world was really chaotic. There were all kinds of birds in the forest. After the beggar was full, he wiped his mouth and let out a loud burp. He picked his teeth and told Yi Kong to buy 2 roast geese and 2 jars of good wine tomorrow and wait for him at the back of Mount Longhu. After he finished speaking, he staggered out of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yi Kong wanted to chase after him, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He could not move at all. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Kong's legs slowly recovered. Although his legs were numb, Yikong was still overjoyed. This person's cultivation was profound, and he was definitely not an ordinary person. Since the beggar told him to find him at the back of Mount Longhu tomorrow, there was hope for him to become his disciple. Thinking of this, Yikong ordered 3 roast geese and 4 jars of good wine from the manager of the drunken, immortal restaurant. He told the manager to pick them up the next morning. When the manager saw Yikong's generosity, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly promised Yikong that he would pick them up at dawn tomorrow. After arranging everything, Yikong returned to the inn and fell asleep. The next day, before dawn, Yikong arrived at the drunken immortal early in the morning. The shopkeeper placed 3 freshly cooked roast geese and 4 jugs of aged wine into 2 food boxes before handing them over to Yikong without taking a single cent. It was not that the manager was generous, but that Yikong had already paid him 10 gold leaves. That was not a small sum and was almost equivalent to his monthly income. With such a god of wealth taking care of business, he could not wait to curry favor with him. How could he take more money? When Yikong saw the manager's submissive attitude towards him, he understood the manager's intentions. He took out a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper. He also told the shopkeeper that in the future, he should not stop the beggar from coming to the drunken, immortal restaurant. He was to give him whatever he wanted to eat and treat him like an honored guest. Otherwise, Yikong took the shopkeeper's copper abacus and used a bit of strength. With a few cracking sounds, the pure copper abacus was twisted and deformed, and the calculating plate fell everywhere. The manager had never seen such a large amount of silver and such strength. He was so scared that his face was drained of blood. He trembled like a sieve and could not say a word. He could only nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yikong nodded and smiled. He picked up the 2 food boxes and left. It was not that he was threatening the manager, but the manager was a greedy person. A greedy person would not have any credibility. He did not want this matter to be spread around by the manager, so he used both kindness and authority. This was the best way to deal with this kind of person. After arriving at the back of Mount Longhu, Yikong was dumbfounded. This Mount Longhu was too big and had several peaks. The beggar only told him to wait at the back of the mountain, but did not tell Yikong which one. Yikong suddenly realized that not only did he not ask which one, he did not even ask for the time. If the beggar came at night, wouldn't he have to search for the whole day? Thinking of this, Yikong secretly scolded himself for being the world's biggest idiot. In his joy, he actually forgot to ask for the specific time and location. Now, with so many peaks, he could only search one by one. Moreover, if he was not careful, he might have to search for the whole day. Yikong was helpless. He secretly cursed his bad luck as he carried the 2 food boxes and ran back and forth between the peaks. After running for the whole morning, Yikong still did not see the beggar. Instead, he attracted a lot of curious people. Those people were discussing in private that this person was either crazy or stupid. If he was not crazy or stupid, who would carry food boxes and wander around the mountain? One person said, "This person must be seeking immortality. Look at his light footwork. He must be a martial artist." Another person said, "You are talking nonsense. Who would seek immortality with food boxes from the drunken, immortal restaurant? It must be a couple quarreling and his wife hiding in anger. He is looking for his wife." Yikong was unmoved after hearing this. He was sweating all over and his mouth was dry. He did not have the mood or strength to explain to these people. Even if the delicacies were right in front of him, he did not eat them. If he ate all of them, wouldn't he be breaking his promise to others? After resting for a while, Yikong once again carried the food box and ran crazily up and down the mountain slopes. The sun had already set. Yikong dragged his legs that were swollen like buckets and was still looking for the beggar. He was only able to stand because of his willpower. He endured the pain all over his body and slowly climbed to the main peak of Mount Longhu. He used all of his strength to shout out 2 words. After shouting, his hands loosened and the food boxes fell to the ground. Yikong's vision turned black and he lost consciousness. When Yikong woke up again, it was already the next morning. He found himself lying under a dilapidated stone bridge. The beggar was leisurely eating roast goose and drinking wine. Seeing Yikong wake up, the beggar threw half of the roast goose to Yikong and said with a smile, "Good boy, you are really a man of your word. Based on your sincerity and the master you shouted before you fainted, I will accept you as my disciple." Yikong was overjoyed. He ignored the pain all over his body and staggered to the front of the beggar. He respectfully knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. After that, Yikong followed the beggar and learned from him for 2 whole years. That beggar came and went without a trace, his whereabouts elusive. Yikong knew that his master was a strange person, so he didn't dare to ask too much. He obediently followed his master and learned from him. The beggar was a chi cultivator. The difference between him and Yikong's sword aura was that he cultivated innate vital energy. Although it belonged to the same sect as sword aura, it was unique. The cultivation of sword aura focused on the unity of man and sword. Although one could become a sword immortal, it was cultivating one's life and not one's nature. On the other hand, innate vital energy focused on the unity of man and nature and the cultivation of life. Although both were chi cultivators, they belonged to different sections. When innate vital energy was cultivated to the extreme, one could directly turn one's body into a saint and even ascend to heaven. That beggar saw that Yikong was talented, intelligent, and honest, so he imparted the chi refining breathing technique to him. He told Yikong that the spirit was one's nature and the breath was one's life. The human body was clear and the heart was disturbed. The human heart was calm and the desire was to lead. If one could look at the heart from the inside, the heart would not be the heart. If one looked at the shape would not be the shape. If one looked at the object from a distance, the object would not be the object. Since the three were comprehended, they could only see emptiness. Observing emptiness is emptiness. 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 Tranquility is everlasting. After Yikong heard this, he knew that this was a chi cultivation method and memorized it in his heart. When the beggar saw that Yikong liked swordsmanship, he imparted the 72 stances of the ethereal sword technique to him. The ethereal sword art emphasized the word ethereal. This sword art was simple and ordinary in the beginning, even like a child's acrobatics. But after mastering it, its might was astonishing, not inferior to that of a sword immortal. Yikong once saw his master use the bamboo cane to practice the ethereal sword art. In the beginning, he only saw a green shadow, as if he was waving hundreds of bamboo canes at the same time. Later on, he could not even see the shadow, only a ball of green light floating back and forth. In the end, the beggar leaped over 30 feet into the air and threw the bamboo cane in his hand to the opposite mountain. Suddenly, a green light flew to the top of the mountain like a meteor. The sound of metal cracking could be heard, and countless broken stones fell from the top of the mountain like a rain of stones. Yikong was shocked. When he came back to his senses and looked at the beggar again, he found that he was already sitting on the ground and drinking wine as if he had not moved at all. What was even more unbelievable was that the bamboo cane had returned to the beggar's hand. It had been 2 years since Yikong fully mastered the ethereal sword art, and his innate yuan qi had also reached a certain level. After bidding farewell to his master and returning to his ancestral home, Yikong practiced even more diligently. Now, he had mastered both the ethereal sword art and the innate yuan qi. Although he could not be said to be invincible, it was still rare in the world. At this moment, Yi Fan was also meditating cross-legged. He opened all 36,000 pores on his body, absorbing the heaven and earth Ling Qi and circulating it. Ever since his brother Kim taught him the art, the Ling Qi in his body was circulating and flowing through his limbs and bones. Like a rolling snowball, it became more and more abundant. He faintly felt that ever since the Ling Qi entered his meridians, his body became lighter and lighter, his bones became stronger and stronger, and his senses became sharper and sharper. He could even see the antennae of an ant 30 feet away from him. This immortal art was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was as different as heaven and earth compared to those secret arts in the world. Yifan sat cross-legged and looked inside himself. He found that the Ling Qi in his sea of Qi was now as big as an almond. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was constantly circulating. He was very satisfied with this speed. After all, it had only been 3 days since he obtained the Ling Qi. The three of them practiced their own arts. Naturally, their reactions were different. For hours later, Yi Yun's body was faintly suffused with white light, like smoke and fog. Yi Kong's body was enveloped by a layer of transparent glass-like air cover, rising and falling. Yi Fan's body was flashing with golden light, rising and falling. The Ling Qi in the air entered Yi Fan's pores. As the saying goes, the 8 immortals each show their magical powers. The three of them sat cross-legged and adjusted their qi, each displaying their abilities. Chapter 26. After hearing the cries, the three of them opened their eyes at the same time, but they still maintained their meditative posture. It seems that the opponent has already arrived at the ancestral home. When facing an enemy, the most taboo is to be impatient and not be careless. Yi Yin used his eyes to signal Yi Kong and Yi Fan not to make a sound and to deal with the situation by maintaining the status quo. The cries were clearly meant to disturb their state of mind. Even though Yi Fan already possessed the body of a half-immortal, he had never experienced anything like this. When he heard the cries, the first thing that came to his mind was female ghost. If it wasn't a female ghost, how could there be no movement from the bronze statue in the courtyard? Thinking of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He looked at Yi Kong and Yi Yun. The two of them were expressionless and had a dignified expression. It seems that my guess is right. The one outside should be a ghost. The saying of ghosts and gods has existed since ancient times. Confucius never talked about ghosts and gods. The great sage Confucius never casually talked about ghosts and gods. However, although he didn't talk about ghosts and gods, he didn't deny the existence of ghosts and gods. Although the three of them had their own unique skills, they were only used to deal with physical objects. They were completely different from monks and Taoists. No matter how powerful the sword technique was, it couldn't exorcise ghosts and kill evil. As Yi Fan was thinking, the cries outside the door became louder. Whoa! The cries of the female ghost came from the chilly wind. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. The female ghost outside the door was crying and scratching the window with her hands. In the middle of the night, it was extremely creepy. After hearing this, Yi Fan was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He anxiously looked at Yi Kong and Yi Yun, waiting for them to come up with an idea. They couldn't just stay here like this. Yi Yun still didn't say anything. He only shook his head at Yi Fan. His meaning was very simple. Don't worry about her. However, Yi Kong, who was sitting beside Yi Fan, moved his head close to Yi Fan's ear and whispered, "Fan air, you don't have to be afraid. The person outside the door doesn't dare to come in. If he could, he would have come in a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? He must be afraid of the divine weapons in our hands. We don't need to care about her and deal with any changes by sticking to the status quo." After Yi Kong finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged again. That's right. If this female ghost could come in, she would have come in long ago. Why would she wait until now? Yi Fan admired his father and grandfather for their calmness. Since ancient times, weapons had the function of guarding a house and exorcising evil spirits, especially the sword, which was known as the king of weapons. Normally, large families would have a treasured sword hanging on the wall of their house, because swords were ancient sacred objects that were worshipped by humans and gods. On top of that, the sword's body was slender and its spine was perfectly straight. It was a symbol of righteousness. Therefore, since ancient times, aside from being used as a weapon, Treasured swords were also sacred objects used to guard a house and exorcise evil spirits. The female ghost outside the door must have been afraid of the divine weapons in their hands, which was why she didn't dare to come in. Yi Yun's snow thread sword, Yi Kong's inverse scale sword, and his own snake shadow sword. Which one of them wasn't a divine weapon? Thinking up to this point, Yi Fan was no longer as afraid. He wiped his sweat and sat down cross-legged again. He turned a deaf ear to the female ghost's miserable howls outside. As expected, the female ghost outside the door wailed and howled for a while before falling silent. Yi Fan snickered. That female ghost must be tired from crying. Who knows where she ran off to rest right now? Just as Yi Fan was thinking, he suddenly heard countless low growls and dense footsteps coming from the courtyard. Yi Fan couldn't sit still any longer. He got up and pushed open a small crack in the window to look outside. What he saw scared Yi Fan out of his wits. The courtyard outside the window was densely packed with corpses. There were no less than 100 of them. The reason they were called corpses was because some of these people only had half a head, some didn't have a head at all, some didn't have arms, and some were covered in maggots and rotting flesh. There were even some whose flesh had almost rotted away, leaving only a set of ghastly white bones with pieces of flesh hanging from them. These corpses roared as they staggered over to surround them. Corpse manipulation technique. Yi Kong blurted out when he saw the courtyard full of corpses. Corpse manipulation technique? After hearing this, Yin also came to the window to look outside. Looks like there's a Taoist expert controlling these corpses. What do we do? Yi Fan was at a loss. He had only heard about these things since he was young, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he didn't know what to do. Don't worry. A smile appeared on Yi Kong's face. Look over there, Yi Kong said. After hearing Yi Kong's words, Yi Fan immediately looked outside again. He heard the dull sound of running footsteps coming from outside. A group of people rushed in from outside. Bronze men! Yi Fan shouted in surprise. Yi smiled but didn't say anything. After the bronze men entered the courtyard, they put the spears in their hands behind their backs and pulled out the long sabers at their waists. They quickly rushed into the ranks of corpses and slashed left and right. For a moment, pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and rotten flesh was everywhere. How could those corpses be a match for the bronze men? In less than 10 minutes, they were chopped into pieces by the bronze men. Broken bones were everywhere. After the bronze men were done, they formed a long line again. They sheathed their long sabers and held their spears in their hands. They continued to patrol in formation and walked out. These bronze men are really powerful, Yi Fan said with a smile. With his amazing eyesight, he could see that the long sabers in the hands of the bronze men were shining brightly. At a glance, he knew that they were not ordinary items. Not only the long sabers, but the spears in their hands, the crossbows behind their backs, and even the arrows in the quiver were not ordinary items. It was no wonder that it took 3 years to create a bronze man. With these bronze men, not to mention these clumsy corpses, even if thousands of soldiers and horses rushed in, what could they do? These bronze men had bronze armor on their bodies. They were invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. Their movements were clean and efficient. Every move was fatal. Yi Fan liked these bronze men more and more. He even wanted to go up and touch these nameless experts. This Taoist expert is nearby. Yi closed the window and returned to his seat. He didn't succeed twice. I don't know what other moves he will use. No matter what, we must not go out before dawn. Yi Kong said, as far as I know, this evil thing is most afraid of sunlight. As long as we don't go out, and with the help of the bronze men, it won't be a problem to wait until dawn. As Yi Kong was speaking, he suddenly heard a strong wind outside. The wind was mixed with the cries of countless ghosts. The cries were like weeping and complaining. It was as if there were countless wronged spirits crying out for injustice. Again, Yi Kong frowned. Woo woo woo. As the cries got louder and closer, dark red blood gradually seeped out of the walls, floor, and ceiling of the house. The area was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like the house was going to be swallowed up. Not only that, Many evil spirits gradually appeared on the walls and floor that were swallowed up by the blood. The evil spirits struggled and wriggled in the dark red blood, as if they would break out of the body at any time. 100 Ghosts Nightwalker Formation, Ian said with a serious expression. Yikong's expression changed when he heard this. Quick, use your inverse scale sword to guard this place. Ian shouted at Yikong. Stick it in the ground, quick. Yikong immediately understood what Ian meant. He immediately unsheathed the sword in his hand. A ball of light gushed out from the scabbard. It was a dazzling golden color. The sound was like a dragon's roar, and the sword was like autumn water. Yikong had spent 3 years to forge the inverse scale sword. 1 year to forge the sword, 1 year to sharpen it, and 1 year to forge the scabbard. On the day the sword was forged, a dragon appeared in the sky and lingered for a long time. Yikong saw this auspicious sign and saw the dragon patterns on the sword, so he named it the inverse scale sword. It was said that dragons had inverse scales on their bodies. Speaking of difficult, Zhong said, the dragon of the husband is a worm. It can be used as a mount. However, there is an inverse scale under its throat that is a foot long. If a human has it, they will definitely kill. Legend has it that dragons have 999 scales, which are the number of extreme yang energy. All of the scales grow in a straight line, but there is a foot-long scale under its throat that grows upside down. It is the dragon's inverse scale, and anyone who touches it will be killed. If anyone touches that inverse scale, the dragon will kill them. The sword was about 1.5 meters long and was surrounded by dragon patterns. The blade was pure white, but it emitted a golden light. The hilt was shaped like a dragon's scale and was surrounded by flowing clouds and flames. The scabbard was forged from black gold and had a golden dragon circling around it. After the sword was forged, Yikong gave it to Yi Yun to appraise. After Yi Yun saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. This Yikong was indeed a rare genius. He was actually able to forge such a peerless divine weapon without learning the weapon forging manual. It was truly a great fortune for the Night Order. Yi Yun told Yi Fan that the sword's yang energy was extremely strong and that it had the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. If any demons or evil spirits were to cause trouble in the future, as long as the sword was unsheathed, it was guaranteed that the filth would vanish instantly. As soon as the inverse scale sword was unsheathed, the entire room was filled with golden light. Yikong followed Yi Yun's instructions and stabbed the inverse scale sword into the ground. Whoosh! With the inverse scale sword as the center, the golden light rapidly expanded. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in golden light. As soon as the dark red blood came into contact with the inverse scale sword's golden light, it immediately emitted a puff of smoke. As if it had a life of its own, the evil spirits on the walls, floor, and ceiling quickly disappeared as well. The entire room returned to normal, and there was no longer any movement outside. That was close. Yi Yun let out a long breath. Before dawn, the inverse scale sword must not be unsheathed. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, I have your inverse scale sword. Otherwise, I really don't know how to break this 100 Ghosts Nightwalker formation. Yi Yun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I've heard my master mention this 100 Ghosts Nightwalker formation before, Yikong said. It said that in order to master this formation, one must gather over 100 vengeful spirits that have died a violent death. After mastering it, the 100 ghosts will be released at night. Wherever they go, life will be plunged into misery and suffering. Furthermore, the vengeful spirits that have been killed by this formation will rejoin the formation. It's extremely powerful. Back in the day, over a dozen villages died a violent death in a single night, all because of this demonic formation. It said that this formation was created by the demonic Taoist, Li Si. Later on, because this formation was too overbearing, it went against the natural order. In Mount Zhongnan, Mount Longhu sent experts to besiege Li Si and forced him to swear an oath that he would never use this demonic art again. From then on, Li Si turned over a new leaf and destroyed the demonic art manual, the blooding formula. Since then, he has never shown his face in the Jianghu. He spends his days reciting sutras and meditating in Qingyuan Monastery. Yikong's face was filled with confusion. Could the Taoist expert outside be Li Si? It can't be him. Yi Yin shook his head. When Li Si was besieged by experts from various sects, the experts from Mount Longhu and Mount Zhongnan worked together to seal his mud pill palace and destroy his Sea of Qi. With his Sea of Qi destroyed and his mud pill palace sealed, how could he possibly control the 100 Ghost Nightwalker formation? Yi Yin continued, judging from the female ghost and the corpse manipulation technique just now, it reminds me of someone. Yi Yin frowned. Who? Yikong asked. The traitor of the Maoshan sect, who later became the head of Siming Hall, Chui Zuan. Yi Yin said. Chui Zuan. Yikong's face turned pale when he heard Yi Yin's words. Father. Yi Fan had never seen his father with such an expression. He hurriedly asked, Who is Chui Zuan? Does he have a grudge against our Yi family? Chapter 27. Chui Ziwen had been an orphan. Both his parents had died when he was young, and he had lived a hard life. He had been bullied in the village since he was young, and he often did not know what to eat. Later on, there was a plague in the village, and many people died. Everyone who came into contact with the plague was infected with it, except for Chui Ziwen. Because he had no food to eat, he had to steal offerings from the graves of those who died of the plague. It was strange that he had never been infected by the plague, even though he dealt with the dead every day. The people in the village all thought that he was the god of plagues, so they threw him out of the village and forbade him to set foot in the village, or they would burn him to death. The young Chui Zuan had no choice but to leave the village, which made him sad, with tears in his eyes. He went to live in a temple on a nearby mountain. He would pick wild fruits to fill his stomach every day, and he would steal offerings from the temple on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month. That was how he grew up, until one day, a zombie appeared in the village at the foot of the mountain, and many of the villagers were bitten. They had no choice but to pay the Taoist priests of the Maoshan mountain to kill the zombie. They did not expect to find the entire village dead by the time the Taoist priests arrived, and not a single living thing could be found. The Taoist priests quickly returned to the ancestral court in Jiangsu and reported the matter to the sect leader at the time, Lu Ji. Lu Ji was shocked to hear that. It was impossible for a common zombie to be so powerful, and a zombie capable of slaughtering an entire village in a single night was definitely not a common zombie. It was the Maoshan sect's responsibility to rid the world of evil, so the sect leader decided to go there himself and get rid of that monster. When the Maoshan sect leader arrived at the scene to investigate, he found that the zombie had become a monster. If he did not get rid of it soon, there would be no end of trouble. As such, he went to the nearby mountain to check it out himself, and found Chui Zuan hiding under the offering table and eating offerings. Lu Ji, the sect master of the Maoshan sect, was able to tell right away that Chui Zuan was different from most people. His eyes were clear and spirited, and his bones were exquisite. What surprised Lu Ji even more was that there was a cloud of green aura hovering 3 feet above Chui Zuan's head. Lu Ji saw that Chui Zuan's clothes were ragged, and he looked like a beggar at such a young age. His heart was filled with compassion, and in addition to his love for talent, he accepted Chui Zuan as his last disciple after subduing the zombie. Chui Zuan had been practicing diligently ever since he followed Lu Ji to Mao Mountain. In less than 3 years, he had become the one with the highest cultivation among all of Lu Ji's disciples. He had reached the level of Lu Ji in his 20s at the age of 18, and it had only taken him 3 years to do so. That made Lu Ji very emotional. It was a wise decision for him to accept Chui Zuan as his disciple. It seemed that the Maoshan sect had a successor, and it was bound to shine brightly in the future. Chui Zuan had been keeping a low profile ever since he became Lu Ji's first disciple. He served the sect master diligently every day, helping him deal with trivial matters in the sect. He had been an orphan since he was young, and he had never enjoyed the love of his parents. Lu Ji had been taking care of him meticulously ever since he came to Mao Mountain. To Cui Zuin, Lu Ji was not just his master. He had long seen the man as his father. Lu Ji loved Cui Zuin very much, guiding him meticulously. He had thought that he would pass the position of sect master of Mao Mountain to Cui Zuin after he ascended the crane, and he had nothing else to ask of him. However, the wind did not stop blowing. On the night before Cui Zuin was to become the next sect master of the Maoshan sect, something major happened in the sect. The sect master, Lu Ji, was found dead in his room. Cui Zuin was the first to find out about the sect master's death. Cui Zuin went to Lu Ji's room to deliver tea as usual. He knocked on the door and did not hear his master's familiar voice. He thought his master had gone to bed and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the sound of a teacup shattering in the room. Cui Zuin was worried about his master, so he quickly opened the door and went in to check on the situation. He found Lu Ji meditating on the bed and the shattered pieces of the teacup all over the floor. Cui Zuin was puzzled. There was no one else in the room, and his master was meditating. Why would the teacup shatter for no reason? He called out to his master softly, but Lu Ji did not move from his bed and did not answer him. Cui Zuin was puzzled. Lu Ji's cultivation was so profound that the sect master would have been able to hear his footsteps even before he went upstairs. Now that he was right in front of his master, why did it seem like his master did not hear him? Could it be? Cui Zuin did not dare to think further. He immediately put his hand under Lu Ji's nose. He was surprised to find that his master was no longer breathing. Could it be that his master was dead? Cui Zuin thought that it was impossible. His master must have been practicing the soul detachment technique, which allowed his soul to leave his body. That was why he was no longer breathing. At that thought, Cui Zuin quickly checked Lu Ji's body to see if there were any traces of the talisman being burned. The soul detachment technique was a specialty of the Maoshan sect, which allowed one soul to leave their body and enter the underworld. However, the talisman was required for the soul to leave the body, as the soul would have been easily scattered and unable to return to the body. The soul detachment technique required two talismans. One was the soul detachment talisman, which was used to detach one's soul from a body. The other was the soul guide talisman, which was required to be carried on the person to guide the soul back to the body. Cui Zuin did not dare to look under Lu Ji's clothes, as that would have been a great disrespect. He had no choice but to look around the bed to see if there were any traces of the talisman being burned. He felt a gust of wind when he lowered his head to look at Lu Ji's back. He quickly turned around to check, but an arm reached out from behind Lu Ji and hit him squarely in the chest. Cui Zuin did not expect there to be someone else hiding behind Lu Ji. He was sent flying for 5 steps while spitting blood from that person's attack. He fainted right away. When he came to, he found himself tied to a chair. All of the disciples and elders of the Maoshan sect were glaring at him angrily. Cui Zuin had no idea why he was tied up, nor did he understand why everyone was glaring at him angrily. Smack! Cui Zuin was slapped hard on the face before he even realized what was going on. He was seeing stars, and half of his face was swollen right away. Tell me, why did you kill the head teacher? Lu Ji's eldest son, Lu Yuanshan, asked angrily after slapping him. The head teacher is dead? The head teacher is dead? Lu Yuanshan's words were like a bolt from the blue, which shocked Cui Zuin greatly. It seemed that Lu Ji's soul had not left his body. He was truly dead. Cui Zuin leaned his head on the chair after hearing the news and closed his eyes. Hot tears flowed out of his eyes. The immense grief caused him to tremble all over, yet he was unable to cry out loud. Ever since his parents passed away, he had suffered all kinds of humiliation, bullying, and beatings. He had fought with wild dogs for food. He had been chased up trees by hungry wolves in the mountains. He had even been scared by the cries of ghosts in the middle of the night, trembling under the altar. Even so, he had never shed a single tear. Now that the head teacher, who had treated him like his own son, had suddenly died, he was unable to hold back the grief in his heart. Tears streamed down his face like rain. Stop pretending. You're just crying crocodile tears. Lu Yuanshan said angrily. You're already the head disciple of the Maoshan sect. Tomorrow is your coronation ceremony. What are you still not satisfied with? How dare you do such a thing to the head teacher? Lu Yuanshan slapped Chui Ziwen again as he said that. Chui Ziwen almost fainted from the slap. Blood began to seep out of the corner of his mouth. I didn't kill the head teacher. Chui Ziwen endured the immense grief in his heart and the heavy injuries on his body, and told the story in full detail to everyone. Bullsh *T. Lu Yuanshan shouted as he tore off Chui Ziwen's shirt. See for yourself. Chui Ziwen looked down and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The soul-shattering palm. Chui Ziwen looked at the black handprint on his chest and gasped. The soul-shattering palm was a secret art of the Maoshan sect. Only the head teacher was qualified to practice it. It was said that when trained to the highest level, the palm technique could shatter the opponent's soul directly. What else do you have to say? Lu Yuanshan was fuming. Only the head teacher knows how to use the soul-shattering palm. The handprint on your body says it all. You spiked the head teacher's tea with gut-cutting powder. After the head teacher found out that the tea was poisoned, he used all his strength to hit you. It's a pity that the poison took effect, and he failed to kill you. You traitor, Lu Yuanshan said through gritted teeth. I didn't. Chui Ziwen spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't. Poisoned. Chui Ziwen's injuries and the fact that he was wrongly accused of killing Lu Ji caused him to be so anxious that blood would come out of his mouth every time he spoke. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Lu Yuanshan pointed at the cup on the table. The head teacher was killed by the poisonous tea in this cup, and you were the one who brought this tea to him. Lu Yuanshan said angrily, We've already searched your room and found the gut-cutting powder. What else do you have to say? I'll say it again. Chui Ziwen used all his strength to say, I didn't kill. Master. After he finished speaking, his vision became darker and darker. The moment he closed his eyes, he heard Lu Yuanshan's words. Put him in the death row prison first. After the head teacher's funeral, we'll use his head to pay tribute to the head teacher. When Chui Ziwen woke up again, it was already midnight. He got up and leaned against the wall of the death row prison. He felt like he just had a nightmare. When he thought of the head teacher who was like a father to him being killed, Chui Ziwen once again fell into sorrow. Why did all this happen? Why did good people not have good karma? Master was so kind. Why did he end up like this? Why was his life so hard? Why was he accused of being a murderer? Why did all this happen? Chui Ziwen thought of all these and clenched his fists. The suffering he had suffered since he was young began to appear in his mind. His parents died when he was young. The people in the village saw him as the god of plague and beat him up. Then, his master, who loved him dearly, was killed. His mind began to distort, and his inner demons began to form. Chui Ziwen laughed bitterly. Since ancient times, good people lived short lives, while evil people lived for 100 years. Since his life was so hard, then he would go against the heavens and change it. His life was his own, not the heavens. What happened after that? Yi Fan heard Yian talk about Chui Ziwen and felt very sympathetic. The scariest thing was not ghosts, but the human heart. That was right. After that, Chui Ziwen used 2 days to recover. He then knocked out the guards and escaped from the dungeon. Apart from Lu Ji, his cultivation was the highest in the entire Maoshan sect. After he escaped, he stole the Maoshan sect's treasure, the secrets of ascension. After that, he disappeared from Jianghu. The Maoshan sect sent people to look for him everywhere, but he was like a stone sinking into the sea. Sigh. Yi Yun sighed and continued. 3 years later, a new sect rose quickly in Jianghu. It was called the Tsuaming Hall. The head of Swaiming department was Chui Ziwen. After that incident, Chui Ziwen's temperament changed drastically. He became vicious and merciless, and he was skilled in sorcery. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the Maoshan's secrets of truth, he was even more powerful than Lu Ji, the head of Maoshan back then. After Chui Zuan returned to Jianghu, he challenged all the major sects with his evil skills and Lu Ji's famous soul-shattering palm. He severely injured the Green Pine Taoist of Mount Zhongnan, the priest of destiny of Mount Longhu, and the immortal purifying dust of the Qinzhou sect. The Tsuaming Hall was very mysterious. It was spread all over the country, and there were many masters in the sect. Each of the 4 great protectors under him had unique skills and evil arts. If I'm not mistaken, the master outside should be from the Tsuaming Hall. Yi Yan frowned after he finished speaking. The Yi clan has no grudge with him. Why is he looking for trouble with us? Yi Fan asked. No one can tell the grudges in Jianghu. It's said that the Tsuaming Hall prioritizes money. As long as the price is reasonable, they'll even kill the emperor, let alone the Yi clan, Yi Kong said. I never thought that the kind-hearted Chui Zuan would turn into such a monster, Yi Fan said. Could the people of the Tsuaming Hall know how to use the 100 Ghost Parade formation? That's possible. I heard that the people of the Tsuaming Hall collect cultivation manuals and heretical evil arts manuals. The 100 Ghost Parade formation must have fallen into their hands, Yi Kong replied. The Tsuaming Hall's masters ambushed us before dawn. It seems that the remaining 3 people who came to kill the Yi clan are not easy to deal with, Yi Yan said worriedly. Grandpa, why are you boosting their morale and diminishing our own? Yi Fan encouraged Yi Yan. No matter how powerful the 100 Ghost Parade formation is, it was destroyed by my father's inverse scale sword in one move. Besides, it's the middle of the night now. We're at a disadvantage for now. But as long as we hold on for 4 more hours, the sky will be bright. Then we can go out and fight them. I like to see just how powerful the masters of the Tsuaming Hall are. Fanner is right. Father, don't think too much about it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Our Yi family is not to be trifled with. Yi Kong saw that Yi Yun's brows were furrowed, and he patiently advised. You don't understand, Yi Yun said to Yi Kong and Yi Fan. The Tsuaming Hall never gives up until they achieve their goals. If they fail the first time, they'll try a second time. If they fail the second time, they'll try a third time. They're even harder to deal with than that little brat. I'm worried that even if we survive this ordeal, we'll be hunted down by the people of the Tsuaming Hall in the future, Yi Yun voiced his thoughts. Once we're through this ordeal, I'll go meet that Chui Zuan. I'll chop off his head and hang it in the Yi clan's courtyard. If anyone from the Tsuaming Hall comes, I'll kill them. If 2 come, I'll kill both. I like to see if that Chui Zuan is a god, or if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, Yi Fan said abruptly, stunning Yi Kong and Yi Yan. They never thought that Yi Fan, who usually couldn't even bear to kill an ant, would say something so murderous. After Yi Fan said that, he was puzzled. What was going on? How could he say something like that? Chapter 28. Bang, bang, bang. Bam, bam, bam. The knocking on the door did not stop. When the 3 of them heard the knock on the door, they were stunned at first. Then, they chose to remain silent. The person outside was definitely not a good person. Just as the 3 of them planned to remain silent, the person outside the door spoke. Grandpa, Uncle, Brother Yi Fan, open the door. I am Yi, said the person outside the door. The 3 of them looked at each other. Yi was the only daughter of Yi Kong's younger brother, Yi Xing. Why did she come here in the middle of the night? Yi Fan and Yi were childhood sweethearts. Hearing Yi's voice, Yi Fan immediately got up and prepared to open the door to let her in. Unexpectedly, before she could open the door, Yi Kong grabbed her arm. Are you sure that the person outside is definitely Yi? Yi Kong reminded Yi Fan. This? Yi Fan suddenly understood what Yi Kong meant. Could it be? Your grandfather has already given you a death order. Without receiving the Yi clan's secret signal, you must not act on your own. Have you forgotten? A little girl disobeying orders in the middle of the night and running all the way to the ancestral home. Don't you feel suspicious? Yi Kong said. Your father is right. Although Yi has a mischievous personality, he is not a reckless person. The person outside is definitely not Yi. Yi Yan said, but what if? Yi Fan was worried that if it was really Yi outside, he would fall into the enemy's hands if he didn't open the door. Think about it. If it was really Yi, he would have been taken away by the expert outside long ago. Why would he wait until now? Yikong saw Yi Fan hesitating and tried to persuade him. Maybe that person deliberately let Yi knock on the door. Yi Fan analyzed. Will he deliberately let Yi in and then wait for Yi to knock on the door and take the opportunity to attack us? No matter what, we just have to hold on for another 2 hours before the sun rises. As long as the sun rises, the evil beings won't dare to appear. At that time, the three of us will go out and see what's going on. Regardless of whether the people outside are real or fake, we can't act rashly. A little impatience spoils great plans. Yi gave his final order. Grandpa, Uncle, Brother Yi Fan, hurry up and open the door. There seems to be someone staring at me from outside. I'm so scared. Hurry up and open the door. The person outside was still banging on the door. His voice was getting more and more anxious. When Yi Fan heard what the people outside were saying, he was so anxious that he didn't know whether to sit or stand. He didn't know what to do. Grandpa, I'm Yi. Can't you recognize my voice? As the person outside the door spoke, he began to cry. Yesterday, some unknown people suddenly broke into our house. They seemed to know where we were hiding. As soon as they entered the house, they found the mechanism of the secret room. Father fought with them desperately and fought a bloody path to push me out of the house. I don't know what to do. I can only go back to the ancestral house to ask Grandpa for help. The person sobbed for a while and continued to cry. I don't know how Father is now. Hurry up and come home with me to save my father. The person outside the door cried and continued to bang on the door. Grandpa, Uncle, don't listen to him. Suddenly, another voice sounded from outside the door. He's a fake. What's going on? Why is there another Yi? The person just now is indeed a fake. Yi Fan thought. When Yikong and Yi Yun heard this voice, they were also confused and puzzled. Yi Fan was no longer as reckless as before. He continued to wait and see. Who are you? Why are you dressed exactly like me? Who are you? Why you look like me? Are you a human? Are you a human or a ghost? The first Yi seemed to be frightened. You're quite good at acting. Fortunately, Grandpa and Uncle didn't fall for your trick. Where did you come from? How do you look like me? You must have eaten a leopard's guts. Do you believe that I'll take you in? The second Yi didn't seem to care about the first Yi. You're the monster. Go away quickly. Otherwise, Grandpa and the others will come out and take you in. The first Yi continued to shout. You're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. Watch how I'll take care of you, you little b******. The second Yi scolded and started to chant. Wuxing Jin Ke Guang Shakshiming. Qin Shen Wan Sheng, protect Dai Jinling. Zhu Tianming Beast, control Fu Wu Bing. Wu Tianmogue, Dai Body Mia Form. Wu Wu Wu, Wan Shen Fenging. Ji Jiru Luling. Little b******, why aren't you showing your true form? Take this. Then there was the sound of a slap on the face. Ouch! The first Yi shouted. You be *****, how dare you hit me? I'll tear your mouth apart. You can only blame me for not being good enough. If not, I'll definitely beat you up. Ouch! It sounded like the second Yi. You didn't have a good time either. The second person should be the real Yi. Yikong said. Second, Uncle has been fond of Dao since he was young. Like father, like daughter. I think this Yi must have learned a few tricks from her father. Judging from her fearless personality, the young but arrogant girl outside should be Yikong said. Then, why didn't he listen to Grandpa's order and act on his own? Yi Fan asked Yikong. This girl is usually crazy and doesn't have a proper appearance. She travels around everywhere, or she hangs out with those scoundrels all day long. When your grandpa came back, she wasn't there. Even second uncle didn't know where she went. I think this girl saw no one at home and didn't know that everyone was hiding in the secret chamber. She thought everyone was at the ancestral house, so she rushed here. Yikong speculated. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and help. Yi Fan got up and was about to open the door and rush out. Wait, Ian said, don't be careless. Even if the person who came later is really Yi, she doesn't seem to be in any danger. Just wait and see. We'll do it when the sun rises. Although Yi Fan was unwilling, he still listened to Yi Yun and continued to meditate. He turned a blind eye to the two Yis who were fighting outside and hoped that the sun would rise soon. There are three strange things in the sky: the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sky penetrates the earth, and the ghosts and gods are frightened. If there is a fiend or evil spirit, if an evil spirit comes, it won't stop. The sky is clear, the earth is clear. I follow the orders of Ancestor San Mao. Don't you ask, why don't you scare ghosts? I follow the orders of Ancestor Mao. I Shan get rid of evil spirits and demons. I follow the orders of Taishang, allowed you and exorcise demons and kill demons without mercy. I follow the orders of Ancestor San Mao order. The second Yi Yi's incantation came from outside the door. Up. The first Yi shouted and then stopped moving. It seemed that the incantation worked this time. The smell of burnt fur came into the room. Hee, little hussy, now you know how powerful I am. The second Yi seemed to be very happy. A hussy is a hussy. Even when dead, there's a smell. Big brother Yi Fan, grandfather, uncle, I killed this evil spirit. Can you open the door for me now? Outside the door, Yi said to the people inside the house. After Yi Fan heard this, he looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was expressionless and didn't say anything. Okay. He saw that the people in the room didn't say anything and continued. I understand your difficulties. Since it's like this, then I'll wait outside the door. We'll talk about it when the sun rises. After saying this, the door opened and Yi sat down with her back against the door. It seems that the person outside the door is indeed Yi, that crazy girl, Yi Yun said. But just in case, we still have to wait until the sun rises. We can only inconvenience Yi. After hearing this, Yi Fan didn't say anything. He felt that his grandpa was too cautious. He knew that it was Yi outside the door, but he didn't open the door for her. It was a bit of groundless worry. The three of them and Yi outside the door slowly stayed up until the sun rose. When the rooster crowed, Yi Fan quickly got up and prepared to open the door and let Yi in. But he was stopped by Yi Kong. It's very likely that Yi isn't the only one outside the door, Yi Kong said to Yi Yun and Yi Fan. The other experts might be watching this place like a tiger watching its prey. To prevent any accidents, I'll open the door. Fan Air and Father, you two stand on either side of me. After the door opens, you two immediately rush out and cover me. I'll bring Yi and follow behind. Okay, let's do that, Yi Yun said. Yi Fan also nodded in agreement. Yi Fan and Yi Yun drew the snake shadow sword and snow thread sword. Yi Kong also pulled out the inverse scale sword from the ground and held it in his hand. The three of them stood in a row, keeping a distance of 3 feet. They quietly walked to the door. At this moment, they heard Yi Yi's snoring coming from outside. This damn girl, she can actually fall asleep at such a critical moment, Yi Fan thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Kong was holding his sword with one hand and gently holding the door handle with the other. After everything was ready, Yi Kong gave Yi Fan and Yi Yun behind him a look. When Yi Yun and Yi Fan saw this, they immediately tightened their grip on their treasured swords, ready to attack. However, to Yi Fan's surprise, his father, Yi Kong, didn't open the door. Instead, he used the inverse scale sword in his right hand to pierce through the thick wooden door. Ah! A scream came from outside the door. Yi Kong pulled out the inverse scale sword and kicked the wooden door open, jumping into the courtyard. Chapter 29. After the three of them jumped into the courtyard, Yi Fan slowly regained his senses. He pushed Yi Yun away and looked at Yi, who was stabbed to death by Yi Kong. Everything happened too suddenly. He did not understand why Yi Kong would kill Yi. He only knew that Yi was a childhood sweetheart. They grew up together, climbed trees together to fish for bird eggs, and went into the river to catch loaches together. Now, Yi died under his own father's sword. Yi Fan's mind was in a daze. He pounced on Yi's corpse like a madman. The corpse was lying face down on the ground, covered in blood. Yi Fan was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Why, father, why did you kill Yi? Yi Fan suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to ask Yi Kong. Look carefully and see if she is Yi. Yi Kong said indifferently. He did not look at Yi Fan. Instead, he held his sword and looked around vigilantly. Yi Yun was the same. He silently looked around the courtyard. What? Not Yi. Yi Fan wiped away the tears in his eyes. He turned the corpse over and looked at it. Yi Fan was so scared that he threw the corpse aside and sat on the ground. That was not Yi's face. It was a furry fox face. The corpse quickly shrunk and turned into a 3-chi-long yellow fox. Get up, Yi Kong shouted to Yi Fan. Be careful of a sneak attack. Yi Fan heard Yi Kong's words and suddenly understood. He immediately stood up and picked up the snake shadow sword. He quickly walked behind Yi Kong and stood back to back with Yi Yun and the other two in a circle. It turned out that his father and grandfather had already seen through the fox's trick. There were not two Yi-Yis outside the door. The voices and conversations of the two Yi-Yis were a double act sung by the fox. Presumably, Yi Yun and Yi Kong were afraid of alerting the enemy, so they purposely hid it from Yi Fan. They want to make the fox think that the three of them had fallen into a trap. As for the burnt smell, it must have been caused by the vixen herself. However, Yi Fan didn't understand. Why didn't the bronze man attack the fox spirit? When Yi Fan thought of this, he turned back to look at the fox's corpse. Indeed, the fox's waist had a black magnet that was exactly the same as his. Not good. Could it be that Yi was really killed by this fox? Otherwise, where did it get the magnet? Father, that fox also has a magnetic stone. Could it be that Yi Fan suddenly felt very uneasy? These people have already thoroughly investigated the Yi clan. They have done their homework in advance and know that there are copper men guarding the courtyard. Yi Kong said worriedly, It seems that the Yi clan has already done something evil. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Yi is now in danger. I'm not only worried about Yi Yun said. This fox can change into a human's appearance. If she changes into my appearance and goes to the Yi clan's branches. Yi Yun didn't continue speaking. Father, Yi Fan said anxiously after hearing Yi Yun's words. He was worried that something might happen to the family. I'm not sure, Yi Kong said with a frown. If that's the case. Yi Kong shook his head. Don't think too much about it, Yi Yun said. I've already issued an order. Without the Yi clan's secret signal, no one can act rashly. The Yi clan isn't stupid. However, the magnetic stone on this fox does belong to the Yi clan. Yi Yun continued, I don't know which branch has been plotted against. Yi Fan became more and more afraid after hearing that. It was said that foxes were crafty. It seemed that it was true. If it wasn't for his father Yi Kong and grandfather Yi Yun stopping him, he would have rashly opened the door. Yi Fan didn't dare to think about it anymore. Don't think too much, Yi Yun said. Let's get down to business. Keep your eyes open. The opponent may be right beside you. The three of them vigilantly scanned the courtyard, not missing a single corner. Although this place was already in a mess because of the sky dragon and the golden hoop, other than the rockery, there was no place for the opponent to hide. At this time, the sky was slightly bright and everything in the courtyard could be seen. In less than a cup of tea's time, Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. Because of the spiritual energy in his body, his senses were several times sharper than a normal person's. He keenly sensed that there was an unusual aura in a huge broken tree in the courtyard behind the rockery and not far in front of him on the ground. There's something strange about that broken tree. Yi Fan leaned back and whispered to Yi Kong and Yi Yun. It's about 5 feet in front of Grandpa. In that rockery, Yi Fan continued softly. That person is hiding in the rock. And there's also a person 7 feet in front of Father on the ground. The situation of the three of them was as follows. Yi Fan was facing the door, which was where the broken tree was. Yi Kong was facing the rockery. Yi Yun was facing the empty space. Each of them had a strong enemy in front of them. Let's change positions. Yi Kong whispered, I'll deal with the person in the broken tree. Father, you deal with the rockery. Fan Air, you deal with the ground. We'll do as you say, Yi Yun said. The three of them rotated in formation and stood in their respective positions. I'll count to 3. After 3 counts, the three of us will attack at the same time and try to defeat the enemy in one move. Yi Kong said. He deliberately emphasized the word 3. Yi Yun and Yi Fan didn't say anything after hearing this, which meant that they were in tacit agreement. At this moment, Yi Fan secretly admired his father Yi Kong's wisdom. Not only did he see through the fox spirit's trick with a single glance and kill that evildoer with a single stab, but his current arrangement was completely watertight. Why did he say that? Because the three of them cultivated different techniques. Yi Yun's sword chi was extremely domineering, so it wouldn't have any problem dealing with the rockery. Yi Kong's inverse scale sword was full of yang energy. Since that person was able to hide in the broken tree, he must be of the yin attribute. He walked the path of yin energy, and the inverse scale sword was his nemesis. As for the snake shadow sword, it was bitingly cold. It could instantly freeze the ground that was full of water. Once the ground was sealed, the person underground wouldn't be able to escape. As for why he emphasized the word 3, it was even more amazing. That was Yi Yun's secret signal. Although Yi Kong said to count to 3, he said it on purpose for the other 3 to hear. His real intention was to attack with all his strength on the second count. A sudden attack on the second count would catch the enemy off guard. They would hastily respond and lose the initiative. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Although he had a half-immortal body, his combat experience was better than nothing. It looked like he had to learn more from his father, Yi Kong. 1. Yi Kong began to count. The three of them began to secretly exert their strength. Yi Kong's inverse scale sword shone with a golden light. Yi Yun's snow thread sword shone with a white light, and Yi Fan's snake shadow sword's cold aura rose sharply. The three divine weapons were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, emitting a pleasant buzzing sound. 2. As Yi Kong's voice fell, the three of them made their moves simultaneously. The three divine weapons drew 3 beautiful arcs of light in the air at an extremely fast speed. 1 golden and 2 white arcs of light shot out in 3 different directions at lightning speed. A loud boom was heard. Gravel, wood shavings, and ice shards rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. After the dust settled, they looked at the 3 places again. The huge broken tree had been smashed into pieces by the yang qi emitted by Yi Kong's inverse scale sword. The several zhang tall artificial mountain had been forcefully split into 2 by Yi Yun's snow thread sword and crashed to the ground. Yi Fan's snake shadow sword was even more powerful. It had completely frozen the ground in a radius of 10 zhang in front of him. The thick layer of ice on the ground was actually as thick as a palm. However, the puzzling thing was that the trio's tyrannical moves didn't force the 3 people Yi Fan had mentioned to appear. After 3 moves, there was still no movement. The 3 of them glanced at each other. They didn't understand what was going on. With that move, just now, not to mention an ordinary expert, even a Daluo immortal would have a layer of skin peeled off. How could there be no movement? Could it be that the 3 of them had dodged the attacks? If that was the case, then this battle wouldn't be easy to fight. The 3 of them had already used 80% of their strength in the 3 moves just now. If the 3 of them could dodge the 3 moves so easily, then the result was obvious. What was going on? He had clearly sensed that there was an unusual aura coming from these 3 places. How could it be? Yi Fan was puzzled. Could it be that he had sensed wrongly? Just as Yi Fan was wondering if he had sensed wrongly, or if his opponents were too fast, Yi Kong suddenly walked slowly towards the broken tree. "Father!" Yi Fan hurriedly shouted. It was too dangerous for Yi Kong to go alone. Hearing this, Yi Kong waved his hand and did not say a word. He slowly walked to the front of the broken tree and bent down to pick up something. Then he walked back the way he came and handed the thing in his hand to Yi Yun. "Father, Fan Air, come and take a look. What is this?" Yi Kong said. Yi Fan carefully looked at the item in Yi Yun's hand. This is... Yi Fan felt that it was somewhat familiar. It was a yellow piece of paper with red lines and a pattern of dragons and snakes drawn on it. This is a talisman. Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that just now? That's right. Your senses weren't wrong. Yi Yun's face was filled with anger. This talisman contains a human soul. What? This? Here? Soul? Yi Fan was shocked. In his impression, yellow talismans were nothing more than tools used by Taoist priests to exorcise ghosts and suppress evil spirits. Moreover, most of them were just tools used to cheat people of their money. He had never heard of a person's soul inside a yellow talisman. This could it be? Yi Kong didn't dare to continue. Soul sealing talisman. Yi gritted his teeth and said, ever since Yi Fan could remember, he had never seen his grandfather so angry. Soul sealing talisman. Yi Kong's expression changed. Father, this soul sealing talisman. Where did it come from? What is it? Yi Fan could tell from their expressions that this soul sealing talisman wasn't a child's play. Fan air, Yi Kong said to Yi Fan with a serious face. Among the three of us, you're the fastest. Watch out for my signal. If the three of us can't defeat them, I'll cover them. You take your grandfather and leave this place quickly. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Understand? Father, what's going on? Yi Fan had a vague feeling that something was wrong. This soul-sealing talisman is the secret art of Hunan's Leaf family, Yi Yun said. With blood as a guide, it can seal a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits for my use. This soul-sealing talisman was first used on the battlefield. At that time, the Leaf family followed the army as generals. If someone was seriously injured and dying, in order to see his family for the last time, he would use this soul-sealing talisman on his chest. It could protect him from dying. Of course, those who had this soul-sealing talisman were all-important figures in the imperial court. Later, after the Li family left the imperial court, they didn't pay attention to worldly affairs and lived in seclusion. However, for some unknown reason, the Li family was suddenly exterminated overnight. The soul-sealing talisman was lost since then. Ian finished speaking with a worried expression. I didn't expect the soul-sealing talisman to reappear in the world today. Judging from the female ghosts, walking corpses, fox demons, and the 100 Ghost Night Parade formation, there must be an expert from the Tsueming Hall among the people who visited our Yi family today. If I'm not wrong, this person should be one of the 4 protectors of the Tsueming Hall, the Chi demon of the demons and monsters. Not only is this person skilled in evil arts, he is also extremely greedy and lecherous. No matter where he goes, he will bring along maids to satisfy his lust. What's even more unbearable is that some of these maids aren't even human. They're demons. Chi Yao is even more sinister and cunning. In order to get what he wants, he will do anything. Presumably, the Li family fell into his evil hands, and the soul-sealing talisman was taken away by him. You don't understand the soul-sealing talisman. Whether this technique is good or evil depends entirely on the caster. If the righteous path obtains this technique, they can use it to benefit the common people. However, if the evil path obtains this technique, it will inevitably lead to misery and suffering, bringing disaster to the common people. Just now, there were 3 soul-sealing talismans in the 3 places. Although we don't know whose souls were sealed in them, we can be sure that the souls in the fake mountain and broken tree have been scattered by me and your father. Sigh, what a waste of killing. In a moment, no matter which of the 3 of us fights with him, we must be extremely careful. We can't be careless. The soul-sealing talisman is just a bait to test the strength of the 3 of us. Now he has achieved his goal. Ian said worriedly, Fan Air, your father is right. Among the 3 of us, you're the fastest. If the 3 of us aren't a match for him, take your father and leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Father, Yi Kong was about to persuade Yi Yun. I'm the head of the Yi family now. Yi Yun interrupted Yi Kong. Are you going to disobey me? Yi Kong was speechless. Father, grandfather, no matter how powerful that Chi Yao's formation is, wasn't it still suppressed by my father's inverse scale sword? Why are you guys retreating before the battle even starts? Yi Fan didn't understand. The Yi family wasn't at a disadvantage, so why would his father, Yi Kong, and grandfather, Yi Yun, suddenly say something like that? You should know that there are 4 of them, and it said that one of them isn't human, Yi Kong said slowly. We only have the three of us. According to the usual practice, the strongest one will appear last. Yi Kong continued. Now that the first one to appear is Chi Yao from the swimming hall, you can imagine the strength of the other three. Hee. A burst of strange laughter suddenly came from the rooftop opposite them. Looks like the Divine Weapon Clan is nothing more than this. They're already thinking of how to escape before the battle even starts. Upon hearing this, the three of them abruptly raised their heads and looked across, only to see three people standing side by side on the rooftop. Chapter 30. What was going on? Why were there only three of them? Weren't there four of them? Why was there one less? Could it be that the one who wasn't human was this fox spirit? Also what was going on with this Fujiwara no Chico? Why were those two people here? Could it be that they were the enemies of the Yi family that Sky Dragon and Brother Kim had mentioned? But Yi Fan recalled the scene in the cave of Mount Qingyan. Not only did Fujiwara no Chico save him, but she also told him that the Yi family was in trouble. She even lent her personal treasure to him, so that he could wear it when facing the enemy. Why did she come to the Yi family and become enemies with the Yi family after saving him? Yi Fan touched the pendant in his arms and felt more and more confused. It seemed that things were more complicated than he had imagined. You were frozen by him? A handsome man in green in the middle pointed at Yi Fan and sneered at the black-robed man. I think your reputation is undeserved. You were actually frozen by a person who is younger than you by a few decades. You're a disgrace to the emperor. The man in green then turned to Fujiwara no Chico, who was wearing a veil, and said, even Miss Chico was frostbitten by this child. Even her personal treasure was taken away. It seems that the Fujiwara family is nothing more than this. The man in green had an arrogant look on his face. Yi Fan frowned. It was obvious that Fujiwara no Chico was lying. He didn't fight with her at all, and he didn't take away her personal treasure. Why did she say that? Yi Fan was getting more and more confused. Don't be stubborn. You know once you try that kid's frost chi. You Chinese only know how to talk big. The black-robed man spoke in bad Chinese. There's an old saying in China that goes, it's easy to talk. It's referring to people like you. Didn't you say that your 1,000 corpses formation would destroy everything in its path? How did it get chopped into pieces by other people's bronze men? Didn't you say that your fox maid was extremely smart? How could it have been killed by a single sword strike? Didn't you say that the 100 Ghost Parade formation was invincible? How could it be broken in one move? The pot calling the kettle black. You are not as skilled as others, yet you still have the leisure to make fun of others. Humph! Fujiwara no Chico, whose face was covered by a veil, sneered. I wonder who is the one who has an undeserved reputation. What four great protectors? If it weren't for your master Chui, you would have died countless times already. You, Fujiwara no Chico's sharp tongue made the green-robed man's face turn red and white. All right, I'll let you experience it. Yi Yun, the green-robed man shouted at Yi Yun. I'm sure you know who I am. I'm here to take a look at your Yi clan's weapon forging manual. I advise you to hand it over, or else, before Chi Yao could finish a sentence, he heard a whoosh. A beam of white light instantly shot towards him. It was Yi Yun's sword aura. Chi Yao didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pulled out a white paper fan. Pah! He opened the paper fan. Instantly, black smoke filled the air. The white paper fan emitted waves of yin qi that blocked the incoming white light. Even so, his body was still pushed back 3 feet by the white light. What a powerful sword aura. Thank goodness I brought my ecstasy fan. Otherwise, before Chi Yao could regain his footing on the roof, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you to call Yi Yun? Yi Kong, who had suddenly appeared in front of Chi Yao, raised the inverse scale sword in his hand high. The inverse scale sword, which was shrouded in golden light, slashed down from the sky. Chi Yao didn't have time to dodge. He could only raise his ecstasy fan again, hoping to use the yin qi from the fan to block the sword. This ecstasy fan was his signature treasure. It was made from the ribs of women who were born in the yin year, yin month, yin day, and an hour. These women had to be under the age of 18 when they died. Furthermore, they had to be virgins. In order to find these materials, he had spent more than 10 years traveling all over the world before he could barely gather the bones of 32 people. The ribs were used as the fan's ribs, human skin as the fan's face, and hair as the fan's tassel. There was a painting of 100 ghosts on the fan. When it was opened, Chi would blow and 100 ghosts would rush out, instantly taking the opponent's life. After Qi Yao raised his ecstasy fan, he activated his Chi, hoping to release the 100 ghosts from the fan to attack Yikong. However, he was wrong. He had made a grave mistake. The inverse scale sword was brimming with Yang Qi, which was the bane of the ecstasy fan. Coupled with Yikong's innate origin Qi, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Under the dazzling golden light, the 100 ghosts from Qi Yao's ecstasy fan could feel the Yang Qi outside before they could even come out. They all turned around and retreated back into the ecstasy fan, not daring to show their faces again. Actually, Yikong had already been accumulating his power the moment Qi Yao opened his mouth to speak. He secretly activated the inverse scale sword. Yi Yun's attack just now was actually just a feint in order to buy time for Yikong. Father and son were of the same mind, so they worked together in perfect harmony. They didn't give Qi Yao any chance to catch his breath. With a loud boom, the shock wave spread out in all directions, sending tiles flying everywhere. Yikong's inverse scale sword and Qi Yao's ecstasy fan collided. Fujiwara, no Chico, and the black-robed man beside Qi Yao used their movement techniques and spread out. They looked at Qi Yao as if they were watching a joke. Qi Yao's face was filled with astonishment. He no longer had the arrogance from before. The ecstasy fan in his hand was slowly being devoured by the golden light of Yikong's inverse scale sword. The 100 ghosts from the ecstasy fan couldn't stand the scorching heat from the domineering Yang Qi, so they hurriedly escaped from the ecstasy fan and fled in all directions. Wisps of black Qi whimpered and howled as they flew out of the fan, scattering everywhere. Qi Yao was currently sweating profusely and panting for breath. Seeing that the inverse scale sword's golden light was about to completely devour the ecstasy fan, Qi Yao had an idea. He stomped his foot, creating a large hole in the roof beneath his feet. His figure then swiftly entered the house through the hole. Yikong saw that Qi Yao was being forced to retreat, so he didn't give him a chance. He used his movement technique and leaped into the air from the roof. As he leaped, he continued to wield the inverse scale sword and used his own secret technique, the ethereal sword style, on the house beneath his feet. Yikong's sword technique was as nimble as a swimming dragon, as graceful as a swan. In the blink of an eye, several dozen rays of golden light poured down from above, entering the house through the hole that Qi Yao had created. Boom, 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 boom. The house beneath Yikong's feet instantly fell apart. The huge walls and roof collapsed with a loud boom, turning into a pile of rubble. Just as Yikong withdrew his sword, Yifan's serpent shadow sword attacked once again. Boom! A ray of white light shot straight for the rubble. This time, Yifan had used 80% of his frost energy. In an instant, the entire rubble was sealed in a layer of ice that was half a foot thick. Wisps of cold smoke rose into the air. Yikong also leaped back to his original spot. His expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. The grandfather-grandchild trio's moves were as smooth as flowing water. Their coordination was flawless, and there wasn't the slightest bit of superfluity. In just a single round, they had subdued Qi Yao. The Yi clan truly lives up to its name, the black-robed man said. It said that every member of the Yi clan possesses unique skills, and it's true. The ethereal sword techniques, sword moves, are exquisite, and the Snowstrand sword Qi is tyrannical. And you, the black-robed man said to Yifan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your frost energy has actually increased by several folds. This is truly an eye-opener for this old man. Yikong and Yian didn't reply after hearing this. What they were concerned about now was whether Qi Yao was dead or alive. Although the grandfather-grandchild trio had a tacit understanding and didn't give Qi Yao any chance to breathe before suppressing and even sealing him in ice, the four great protectors of the swimming hall weren't just for show. This Qi Yao definitely wouldn't be killed so easily. "Weren't you frozen by me?" Yi Fan said to the black-robed man with a smile. "That didn't feel good, right?" Yi Fan was currently in a good mood. Originally, he was worried that there would be four opponents, but in the end, only three came. Furthermore, among the three, one was the black-robed man who had lost him, one was his savior, Fujiwara no Chiko, and the other one was the so-called four great protectors of the swimming hall, Chiao. He was continuously defeated by the three's coordinated attacks, and now he was sealed in the ruins by his own frost energy, unable to move. Yi Fan's cultivation was simply worlds apart from when he was at Mount Qinyan. He really didn't put this black-robed man in his eyes. Hee, I was careless that day, and I couldn't blame anyone for being sealed by you. I didn't expect that you would use a suicidal method to fight, the black-robed man said with a smile. However, although you are young, you have such courage, and this old man has a whole new level of respect for you. To be honest, if it weren't for the mission, I would really like to make friends with you. Make friends with me? Hee, Yi Fan said with a cold smile. Do you think I would make friends with someone like you? People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. That day you tried in vain to steal my snake shadow sword and the treasure on my back. You're not young anymore, but you're still so greedy. I advise you to quickly leave this place before I freeze you again. Huh? All right, I'll make a bet with you. If I'm frozen by you again, I'll lower my head and apologize to you. I'll immediately return to Japan and never set foot in the Central Plains. The black-robed man said with a smile. Hee, looks like you're really old and muddle-headed. How can you lower your head and apologize to me after being frozen by me? Yi Fan made fun of the black-robed man. Don't try to win a battle of words. In the words of your Chinese people, bring out the mule or the horse. The black-robed man said, I haven't seen you in a few days, but your Chinese has improved quite a bit. As Yi Fan spoke, he activated the snake shadow sword again. Under Yi Fan's control, the snake shadow sword glowed with a white light. The cold energy had been activated to 50%. Back then, when he sealed the black-robed man on Mount Qinyan, he had only used 40%. Do you believe that I can break this move of yours with just 2 fingers? The black-robed man said with a smile. Do you believe that I can freeze you in 1 move? Yi Fan said with a smile as he imitated the black-robed man's tone. I don't believe it. Let's try. Before Yi Fan finished speaking, his figure had already rushed in front of the black-robed man. The snake shadow sword was wrapped in a white light and emitted a biting cold energy. It shot towards the black-robed man like an arrow released from a bow. Before the sword arrived, the cold energy had already arrived. This move was exactly the same as the one he used on Mount Qinyan. You overestimate yourself. The black-robed man did not dodge. Just like on Mount Qinyan, he did not panic. When the snake shadow sword was an inch away from his eyes, he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and firmly clamped down on the snake shadow sword. You're courting death. Yi Fan sneered. This black-robed man was too arrogant. He knew that Yi Fan's cultivation had greatly increased, but he still used the same move. He had seen stupid people before, but he had never seen such a stupid person. As Yi Fan laughed, he suddenly increased the cold energy to 70%. Under the stimulation of Yi Fan's spiritual power, the snake's shadow sword shone brightly. A dazzling white light shot out from the tip of the snake's shadow sword. At this moment, the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from the black-robed man's eyes. At such a close distance, there was no doubt that it would hit. The white light instantly rushed towards the black-robed man's eyes. However, just as Yi Fan thought that this move would be able to defeat the black-robed man, something incredible happened. When the white light rushed to an inch away from the black-robed man, it suddenly stopped. It was as if it had been blocked by an invisible wall. After the white light condensed from the cold energy was blocked, It spread out and quickly wrapped around the black-robed man's head and then his entire body. Looking at the black-robed man again, his black robe fluttered without any wind. The red flower embroidered on the robe began to emit a strange red light. The red light seemed to have a life of its own as it flowed around the black-robed man's body. It slowly swallowed the white light condensed from the cold energy. When Yifan saw this, he was shocked. What kind of move did the black-robed man use? It was actually able to block 70% of the Snake Shadow Sword's cold energy. Yifan did not dare to be careless. He prepared to pull out the Snake Shadow Sword first. He did not expect that the Snake Shadow Sword would not move at all. At this moment, the white light on the black-robed man's body was completely covered by the red light. Under the transparent red light, a strange face was filled with an evil smile. Just as Yifan was in a dilemma, the thing that worried him the most happened. The red light on the black-robed man's body became brighter and brighter. It actually slowly climbed up the Snake Shadow Sword from his 2 fingers. Yifan suddenly felt a wave of heat rush towards him. His face felt extremely painful, as if it was being roasted by fire. What was going on? Why did the black-robed man's body have such a domineering heat wave? It was actually able to swallow the Snake Shadow Sword, which was famous for its cold energy. Could it be? Yifan suddenly woke up. Could it be? Could it be the departing fire sword? Yifan quickly looked down and saw that under the black-robed man's wide black robe, there was a red sword hanging from his waist. It was indeed the departing fire sword. Thinking of this, Yifan did not dare to be negligent. He increased the cold energy of the Snake Shadow Sword to 90%. No matter what, he had to pull out the Snake Shadow Sword first. If this continued, the Snake Shadow Sword would fall into the black-robed man's hands. At that time, if the black-robed man had the departing fire sword and the Snake Shadow Sword, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Snake Shadow Sword let out a buzzing sound. The entire sword body suddenly burst with white light. Yifan was still not at ease. He poured 80% of his spiritual energy into the Snake Shadow Sword. The Snake Shadow Sword's cold energy instantly went berserk. Not only did it push back the red light that had climbed up the sword, it even began to swallow the red light on the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man was shocked. The evil smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with an expression of disbelief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifan suddenly used his strength and pulled out the Snake Shadow Sword. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and he retreated 30 feet back to Yi Kong and Yi Yun's side. The whole process happened in a flash. Yi Kong and Yi Yun saw that Yifan's expression was not right. Why did Yifan, who was full of confidence earlier, suddenly become so nervous? What happened? Yi Kong asked. This person has the departing fire sword. Yifan replied. He now felt a burst of fear. If it was not for his spiritual energy, he would have already lost the Snake Shadow Sword. He might even have died under the departing fire sword's heat wave. This departing fire sword was indeed powerful. It was not even out of the sheath, yet it could release such a great power. If it was out of the sheath, wouldn't it be invincible? Father, grandfather, this black-robed man's cultivation is high, and he has the departing fire sword in his hand. You must not act rashly. Yifan said word by word, I will deal with him. At that time, Brother Kim had told him that only his Snake Shadow Sword could deal with the departing fire sword. However, his current cultivation was not enough to unseal the Snake Shadow Sword into the Cold Dragon Sword. He did not know if his spiritual energy and the Snake Shadow Sword could defeat the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man saw that Yifan had retreated 30 feet and did not take the initiative to attack. Just now, Yifan's cold chi had shocked him. He had used 80% of the departing fire sword's power to barely swallow the Snake Shadow Sword. However, Yifan's cold chi was able to counteract the heat of the departing fire sword. It seemed that he had underestimated this child in front of him. The two of them stood 30 feet apart and looked at each other. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. Instead, it was Fujiwara no Chico who broke the deadlock. Hey, Brad. Fujiwara no Chiko opened her mouth and said, "Give me back my spirit jade." She coldly said that spirit jade's spiritual energy is extraordinary. How could it fall into the hands of someone like you? After she finished speaking, she gave Yi Fan a meaningful glance. Spirit jade? Extraordinary spiritual energy? Yi Fan instantly understood the meaning behind Fujiwara no Chiko's meaningful glance. Fujiwara no Chiko had once told him in the cave that if he were to face an enemy, he should bring the spirit jade with him. It had its own uses. Thinking of this, Yi Fan calmly took out the pendant that Fujiwara no Chiko had given him. Without even thinking, he directly put it on his neck. Chapter 31. After Yi Fan wore the spiritual jade on his neck, he immediately understood Fujiwara no Chiko's words. He felt a strong spiritual power enter his chest through his Shanzhong acupoint. It followed the Yutong, Zhigung, and Huagai acupoints to the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. After reaching the Baihui acupoint, it followed the Feng Fu, Shundao, and Lingtai acupoints to the Changchang acupoint. Because all the meridians in Yi Fan's body had been opened, this strong spiritual power did not encounter any obstruction and automatically flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Yi Fan closed his eyes and enjoyed the pleasure this spiritual power brought to him. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, the black-robed man and Fujiwara no Chiko could not help but be shocked. Even Yi Kong and Yi Yin were shocked. Yi Fan's eyes were actually moving with 5 colors. Yi Fan also felt that there was something wrong with his eyes. There was a ball of 5 colors moving back and forth in front of him. He blinked a few times, and the 5 colors slowly receded. At this moment, Yi Fan raised his head to look at the black-robed monster. He couldn't help but jump in fright. The black-robed man in front of him was densely packed with strands of white light. Those strands of light swam back and forth like a fishing net, interweaving into a human figure. This was going on. Yi Fan did not know what happened. What happened to his eyes? He quickly looked down at his left hand and was even more shocked. His hand was actually 5 colors. The light on his hand was even more dazzling than the light on the black-robed man's body. The 5 colored lights moved back and forth in his body. Although they were moving in different directions, they were orderly. Yi Fan suddenly realized that he could actually see through his meridians. Yi Fan was overjoyed. It seemed that this spiritual jade was really full of spiritual power. It actually allowed his cultivation to advance to the next level. However, there was another problem. How could his eyes recover? He could not see everything as a ball of light. Yi Fan tried to circulate the spiritual power in his body again. Now that all the meridians in his body were opened, the speed of his spiritual power circulation was several times faster than ordinary people. Now, there were already 3 types of spiritual power in his body. Brother Kim's pure yang spiritual power, the spiritual power he absorbed from the outside world, and the spiritual power of the spiritual jade. The first 2 types of spiritual power had already merged into one. Only the spiritual power of the spiritual jade had not merged. Yi Fan urged the spiritual power to merge as quickly as possible. At the same time, he opened all the pores on his body to absorb more spiritual power into his body. The black-robed man was not a fool. He knew that Yi Fan was absorbing the spiritual power of the spiritual jade. The spiritual jade was originally the heirloom of the Fujiwara family. It was accidentally obtained by Fujiwara and no Chiko's father, Fujiwara Kaga, when Fujiwara Mount Fuji volcano erupted. At that time, the spiritual jade was just a strange-looking raw stone. Fujiwara Kaga did not know that it was a treasure. He thought it was just an ordinary jade, so he casually placed the raw stone in the carp pond in the yard at home. He did not expect to find something unusual the next day when he woke up. The carps in the pond were all very agile. What surprised him even more was that all the carps were revolving around the jade, or as if they were worshipping it. Fujiwara Kaga knew that this thing was not ordinary, so he took the stone back to the house to examine it carefully. He carefully peeled off the impurities on it with a dagger. When all the impurities were slowly peeled off, he was surprised to find that the whole jade was like a flying phoenix, vivid and lifelike. The jade was blood red and transparent. The more Fujiwara Kaga looked at it, the more he liked it. He found a skilled craftsman to carve it carefully. The jade became what it was today and was named Blood Phoenix. Later, when Fujiwara Kaga's esoteric friend came to visit him, he accidentally found this jade carving. The esoteric friend was shocked when he saw it. He told Fujiwara Kaga that this was not an ordinary jade, but a spiritual stone condensed by the spiritual energy of Mount Fuji. Fujiwara Kaga did not believe it at first, thinking that his esoteric friend was deliberately mystifying things. Until later, one thing completely changed his opinion. At that time, Fujiwara Kaga was seriously ill and was lying in bed. He was bored and played with the jade carving in his hand. In the process of playing with it, he suddenly found that the jade carving flashed red in his hand. Fujiwara Kaga thought that he was seeing things, so he did not take it to heart. Later, he was thirsty in the middle of the night, so he was about to get out of bed to drink water. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the room was full of red light. When he looked carefully, he was surprised to find that the blood phoenix on the table had released a red light and shone directly on his body. His whole body was completely enveloped in the red light. Fujiwara Kaga immediately got up and walked a few steps to the blood phoenix. He found that the red light seemed to be spiritual. Wherever he went, the red light shone. What made him feel even more incredible was that he found that his illness was almost cured. Only then did he believe what his friend said. This blood phoenix was a spiritual jade condensed by the spiritual energy of Mount Fuji. Later, there was a great change in the Fujiwara family, and the blood phoenix spiritual stone was passed to Fujiwara Kaga's only daughter, Fujiwara no Chiko. The black-robed man knew that Yi Fan was integrating the spiritual energy. He knew that once Yi Fan integrated the spiritual energy of the spirit stone with the spiritual energy in his body, it would be difficult to defeat Yi Fan. The opportunity could not be missed. While Yi Fan was still integrating the spiritual energy of the spirit stone, he would take the initiative to attack first. Thinking of this, the black-robed man reached out and pulled out the fire sword under his robe. He saw the red light shining and the heat wave was pressing. The fire sword was out of his sheath. After the black-robed man pulled out the fire sword, he did not stop at all. He used a strange body movement. A black shadow with a red light rushed toward Yi Fan, who was integrating the spiritual energy. Before the sword arrived, the heat wave arrived first. Yi Fan, who had extremely sharp senses, knew that the fire sword was not a child's play. He urged the cold air on the snake shadow sword to rush forward. The spiritual energy in his body had not been completely integrated, so he could only barely use the advantage of his body movement to cleverly avoid the black-robed man's attack. He jumped up and down, dodged, and occasionally urged the snake shadow sword to block the red light of the fire sword. It seemed that he could only block and did not have the strength to fight back. The black-robed man saw that Yi Fan was only defending and did not attack. He knew that Yi Fan was stalling for time to integrate the spiritual energy in his body, so he continued to urge the fire sword in his hand. He sped up his body movement, one move faster than the last. Under his urging, the fire sword was covered in red flames. The 3-foot-long sword was wrapped in red flames, but it was now 5 feet long. When he looked at Yi Fan again, he saw that his forehead was starting to sweat. His spirit chi was still fusing, and he could not forcefully activate it. Otherwise, the spirit chi would run amok in his body, and his meridians would break, and he would die. Right now, he could only delay as much as possible to buy time for the spiritual energy in his body to integrate. When the black-robed man saw that Yi Fan did not dare to urge his spiritual energy, he was overjoyed. He fainted and stood in the upper hand. He held the sword with one hand and aimed it at Yi Fan. He urged the fire sword to 80%. With a whistling sound, the flames on the fire sword increased by 3 feet. A red flame gushed out from the tip of the fire sword and rushed towards Yi Fan like a fire dragon. Sayonara, little doll. The black-robed man was so excited that he actually spoke in Japanese. This flame was very aggressive. In the blink of an eye, it was on a pounce on Yi Fan. Yi Fan was helpless. In such an urgent situation, he could not use his body movement technique. As the saying goes, fire and water are merciless. If he used his body movement technique, even if he was not touched by the flame, he would be burned by the heat emitted by the flame. At this time, Yi Fan had already integrated 95% of the spiritual energy in his body. As long as he was given a little more time, the integration would be complete. But there was no such thing as a coincidence. At this critical moment, there was a problem. Looks like I can only forcefully urge my spiritual energy, Yi Fan thought in his heart. Just as he was about to forcefully urge the snake shadow sword, two silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fan. Father! Grandfather! Yi Fan cried out in shock. Everlasting origin! Yi Kong's voice rang out. Unparalleled sword aura. Yi Yun's voice rang out. Their hair and beards stood up, and their robes fluttered without any wind. The inverse scale sword and the snow thread sword shone with a dazzling golden light, as if they were competing with each other for glory. The golden and white silhouettes of Yi Kong and Yi Yun instantly rushed towards the oncoming flames. Yi Fan cried. Tears flowed out of his eyes. His father, Yi Kong, and grandfather, Yi Yun, were risking their lives to save him. Although the inverse scale sword and the snow thread sword were peerless divine weapons that could cut through anything hard, this flame had no physical form. No matter how sharp the weapon was, it could only pass through the flames. It was completely useless against the flames. In addition, the flames emitted by the departing fire sword were no ordinary flames. Even though he was covered in cold chi, he could still feel the terrifying heat. Ordinary flames couldn't even get within 3 feet of him. Now, in order to save him, his father, Yi Kong, and grandfather, Yi Yun, were actually using their own bodies to block the oncoming flames. He recalled what they had said to him earlier. Once he was no match for his opponent, they would let him go first. Yi Fan suddenly recalled the scene of him riding on Yi Yun's neck as a child, and the scene of his father, Yi Kong, tucking him into a blanket in the middle of the night. With a boom, the enormous flames changed direction and soared into the sky. Under the light of the flames, 2 people were lying on the ground. The black-robed man had a sinister smile on his face. Although the inverse scale sword and the snow thread sword were powerful, they weren't the bane of the departing fire sword. Father! Grandfather! Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs. The light of the flames illuminated Yi Fan's tear-streaked face. Chapter 32. Yi Fan remained silent as he helped Yi Kong and Yi Yun up with tears in his eyes. He helped them to an empty space at the side. After placing them down, Yi Fan wiped his tears and looked back at the black-robed man expressionlessly. After a long while, Yi Fan's lips curled up. He was smiling. He was actually smiling. The black-robed man's sinister smile disappeared. Instead, he suddenly felt that the air had turned cold. Yi Fan's smile made him feel uneasy. Yi Fan stood up and slowly stood in front of the black-robed man. Do you have a family? Yi Fan held the snake shadow sword vertically in front of him and asked as he sized it up. The black-robed man was stunned by the question. Do you have a family? Yi Fan asked again. Yes, why? The black-robed man replied. Is it in Japan? Yi Fan continued asking. Yes, what do you want? The black-robed man said. All right. Yi Fan smiled and said, After I kill you, I will cut off your head and get someone to send it to your family. I will let them experience the feeling of losing a family member. Baka! The black-robed man was enraged. The ever-fire sword in his hand surged into the sky again as he slashed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not move at all, as if nothing had happened. He sneered as he watched the ever-fire sword slash at him. Just as the ever-fire sword was about to hit Yi Fan, a clang was heard. The snake shadow sword blocked the ever-fire sword. The 2 peerless weapons collided. The red and white lights reflected each other, neither giving way to the other. One side was filled with flames, while the other side was filled with cold air. The black-robed man did not stop at all. He activated the Everfire sword, wanting to use the flames from the sword to burn Yifan to death. However, what he did not expect was that when the flames on the Everfire sword rushed to the Snake Shadow sword, it stopped. It was as if it had hit an invisible wall and immediately changed direction. Looking at Yifan again, there was still a sneer on his face. He looked coldly at the black-robed man, as if he was looking at a dead man. Baka! The black-robed man was anxious. He used all of his strength on the everlasting flame sword, wanting to use brute force to overwhelm Yifan. Yifan narrowed his eyes and channeled his spiritual power to his arm. He raised his arm, and the black-robed man was forced to retreat more than 10 feet under his domineering strength. The black-robed man stabilized himself in the air and slowly landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, he was covered in cold sweat. It seems that he has completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the spiritual jade. Fujiwara no Chiko said coldly, "Isn't it all because of you? If you had taken care of your treasure, would this have happened?" The black-robed man said angrily, "How can you blame me?" Fujiwara no Chiko refuted the black-robed man. "If you had not underestimated your opponent, you would have already captured this child. His snake shadow sword and the treasure on his back would have already been in your hands. Why did you have to go through so much trouble?" Fujiwara no Chiko continued, "I also don't want to see the current situation." The black-robed man's face turned red and then white. Fujiwara no Chiko's words were not without reason. If he had not underestimated his opponent, he would have already completed the task. Now that he had to make up for his own mistakes, he could not blame anyone else. The only thing he could do now was to use all of his strength and use his trump card to defeat his opponent. Thinking of this, the black-robed man concentrated and closed his eyes. His loose black robe once again fluttered without any wind, and the flower on his robe shone with a red light. Fujiwara no Chiko's face changed greatly. She quickly jumped 10 meters away. After landing on the ground, she looked at Yifan with a worried expression. Her eyes were full of concern. At this time, the black-robed man's hair and beard were already standing up. His body was surrounded by a red light, as if a huge cover was covering him. The red light cover was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a huge skull that was 10 meters tall. What was even more strange was that countless cherry blossom petals were dancing in the skull's eyes. It was very strange. 1,000 cherry white bones slash. Fujiwara no Chiko shouted. Unexpectedly, this black-robed man had a secret technique that had been lost in Japan. Seeing this scene, Yifan's face did not change. Now that the spiritual energy in his body had completely merged, his eyes had also returned to normal. He had already mastered the use of X-ray vision. As long as he transferred the spiritual energy to his eyes, he would be able to see the meridians of a person's body. He would then transfer the spiritual energy away from his eyes and return to normal. Yifan held the sword with one hand and urged the snake shadow sword's cold chi to 80%. He used his spiritual energy to display his movement technique. A white light appeared in front of the black-robed man in an instant. His movements were smooth like moving clouds and flowing water. The black-robed man remained motionless with his eyes tightly closed. With a boom sound, waves of chi rose up and the cold chi scattered. The snake's shadow sword, wrapped in a biting cold chi, firmly struck the red skull. Yifan only felt a strong force coming from the skull, and his power was instantly reflected. He felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The snake's shadow, sword in his hand, almost fell out of his hand. In a moment of desperation, he did not dare to be negligent and flew back 10 meters. Looking at the black-robed man, he still maintained his original appearance. However, the ground outside of the red skull had been frozen by Yifan's cold chi. What kind of technique did the black-robed man use? Under the attack of the snake shadow sword with 80% cold chi, he did not even move an inch. Yifan was a little surprised. At this time, the black-robed man in the red skull suddenly opened his eyes. The huge red skull's light shield instantly became one size bigger. The color of the red skull became even more blood-red. The cherry blossoms in the skull also danced faster. Savaruka, Nikara. As the black-robed man kept chanting the secret spell, the blood-red cherry blossoms in the red skull's eyes began to slowly flow out from the corners of his eyes. It was as if the skull was crying blood. After the blood-red cherry blossoms flowed to the ground, they did not stop. Instead, they continued to flow on the ground as if they had a life of their own. Gradually, they surrounded the black-robed man. For a moment, the entire skull was filled with blood-red cherry blossoms dancing up and down. Natakura, Smayura, the black-robed man continued to chant the spell. The skull trembled and gradually became bigger. The blood-red cherry blossoms and it also began to move rapidly. Zakura. As the black-robed man shouted, countless blood-red cherry blossoms gushed out from the skull's eyes, nostrils, and mouth. They formed into 5 blood-red bouquets. The bouquets quickly merged into a thick flower pillar and rushed towards Yifan. Yifan did not dare to be careless. He activated the snake shadow sword in his hand. The cold light shone again. Yifan raised the snake shadow sword in his hand up high. When the 5 blood-red bouquets were about to reach him, he forcefully slashed them down. Swoosh! Countless blood-red cherry blossoms collided with the snake shadow sword like countless sharp blades. However, the snake shadow sword did not back down. Under the activation of Yifan's spiritual power, it emitted a dazzling white light and split the flower pillar into 2. The 2 flower pillars changed their direction and went around Yifan. What 1,000 cherry slash? That's all there is to it. Yifan sneered as he split the flower pillar into 2. The black-robed man's attack was not as powerful as he imagined. The black-robed man did not say anything after hearing Yifan's words. Instead, a sinister smile appeared on his face again. Young man, don't be too happy yet. Look behind you. Fujiwara no Chico reminded Yifan. What? Behind me? Yifan continued to split the flower pillar in front of him with the snake shadow sword. At the same time, he turned his head to look behind him. When he saw what happened, his expression changed drastically. The 2 flower pillars that were split into 2 by the snake shadow sword went around Yifan. They made a turn in the air and attacked Yifan from behind again. What? What kind of attack is this? How can it make a turn on purpose? Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. If not for Fujiwara no Chico's reminder, he would have been hit by the flower pillars that attacked him from behind. The thousands of cherry blossom petals were like thousands of sharp blades. If he was surrounded by the petals, even his bones would be shredded to pieces. Yifan did not dare to be careless. Before the 2 flower pillars reached him, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped into the air, dodging the 3 flower pillars. However, the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. The 3 cherry blossoms did not succeed in their first attack, so they came at him again. They shot up into the sky from below and looked like they would not stop until they had sliced Yifan's flesh and bones. This time, the 3 flower pillars did not merge into one. Instead, they attacked Yifan from 3 different directions. One went to entangle the snake shadow sword, while the other 2 attacked Yifan's head and chest from above. The 3 cherry blossoms flew towards Yifan with their petals surging towards him. Yifan was helpless. He could only circulate his spirit chi and use his movement technique to avoid the flower pillars again. Yifan dodged while thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The 1,000 cherry slash was indeed worthy of its reputation. If not for his fast movement technique, he might have already died at the hands of the black-robed man. While Yifan was thinking, the flower pillars changed again. The 3 flower pillars turned into 9 and chased after Yifan from all directions. This time, he could not dodge anymore. He could not do anything if he kept on dodging. Yifan did not dodge anymore. He increased the cold energy of the snake shadow sword to 90%. The snake shadow sword let out a clear and pleasant cry. It shone brightly, and the cold energy went berserk. Yi Fan deliberately used 90% of the cold energy while using his spirit chi to suppress the cold energy. The white light emitted by the sword formed a 3 feet wide ball of light. It was dazzling. When the 9 flower pillars were 3 feet away from Yi Fan turned around in the air. The sword turned with him, and he moved with the sword. The 90% cold energy released by the snake shadow sword instantly released cold energy. The white ball of light instantly exploded, and a huge halo quickly expanded. It formed several huge shock waves. It was like a ripple created by a stone thrown into water. Shock waves erupted from the ball of light one after another, and the 9 cherry blossoms were almost completely shattered by the shock waves. When they finally reformed, they were covered in a thick layer of ice and were frozen in midair. The 9 flower pillars wrapped in ice were frozen in midair. They were sparkling and translucent. They were very beautiful. They were like 9 tails coming out from the skull. Although the skull was on the ground, it was still shaken by the shock waves. The black-robed man quickly formed a seal with his hands to stabilize the skull. When Yi Fan landed back on the ground, he panted heavily. The move just now had consumed too much of his spirit chi. He had to activate the snake shadow sword that had 90% of its frost chi, and at the same time, he had to use his spirit chi to suppress the frost chi. However, this was the only way to display the full power of the cold energy. It was also the only way to form a huge shockwave. Yi Fan bitterly smiled. He was probably the only one who could think of such a move. But even so, the skull was still the same. His cold air only froze the cherry blossoms, but not the skull. Yi Fan recovered his strength, while opening his pores to absorb more spirit chi. The black-robed man was also not in a good state. His face had clearly become pale. It was not easy to support such a large formation. Adding on Yi Fan's overbearing cold energy, the black-robed man's stamina was running out. He did not think that, even after using his family's 1,000 cherry slash, he would still be unable to suppress Yi Fan. Now, the two of them were not just competing in terms of moves, but also in terms of stamina. Whoever ran out of stamina first would fall first. Thinking of this, the black-robed man forced himself to use the fleeting flame sword again. He was not young anymore. In terms of stamina recovery, he could not compare to Yi Fan. Adding on the fact that Yi Fan had absorbed the spirit stone, Blood Phoenix, the situation was not good for him. The only thing he could do now was take advantage of Yi Fan's lack of stamina to defeat him. The black-robed man clenched his teeth and pushed the fleeting flame sword to its limit. The fleeting flame sword that was shining with a red light suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a blue flame that made a hissing sound. The surrounding temperature instantly became very hot, and the air also became very dry. Even Fujiwara Chico's forehead was oozing large drops of sweat. The scenery in the entire courtyard seemed to tremble and distort because of the hot air. Chapter 33. The black-robed man held the sword with one hand and pointed the sword to the ground. He continued to activate the departing fire sword. The departing fire sword let out a buzzing sound, and the green flames almost became completely transparent. Not far from the tip of the sword, the stone slabs on the ground began to crack under the heat of the blue flames, making crisp cracking sounds. In the end, they started to smoke and burn. What a powerful departing fire sword! Yi Fan sighed. It seemed that he had to use his full strength. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Fan also held the sword with one hand and pointed the sword to the ground. He focused his mind and closed his eyes. He activated all the compressed and purified spiritual energy in his sea of chi. He decided to split all the spiritual energy into 3 parts. 10% would be used to protect his body, and the other 10% would be used to activate his movement technique. The remaining 80% would be used to activate the Snake Shadow Sword. When he was in Phoenix Cry Mountain's Lingyun Cave, he could activate 90% of the Snake Shadow Sword with the spiritual energy that Brother Kim gave him. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy from the outside world, and with the addition of the Blood Phoenix spiritual energy from the Spirit Jade, Yifan's current spiritual energy was almost twice as much as when he was in Lingyun Cave. Yifan sent 20% of his spiritual energy to his meridians and legs. He slowly activated the Snake Shadow Sword and gradually used the remaining 80% of his spiritual energy to activate the Snake Shadow Sword. Under the activation of Yifan's spiritual energy, the Snake Shadow Sword started to emit a white light. When 50% of the spiritual energy was activated, the Snake Shadow Sword let out a crisp sound and the white light flourished. When 60% of the spiritual energy was activated, the Snake Shadow Sword actually started to tremble in excitement. The white light on its body became more and more dazzling, almost making people unable to open their eyes. The rocks under Yifan's feet actually froze and cracked, turning into sparkling ice powder. When Yifan activated the remaining 80% of his spiritual energy, the small snake on the Snake Shadow Sword actually started to slowly grow 2 horns. The Snake Shadow Sword started to unseal. It was transforming into the Cold Dragon Sword. The abnormally hot air quickly recovered and even seemed to be getting colder and colder. Now, Yifan used 10% of his spiritual energy to execute his movement technique. Under the urging of his spiritual energy, a dazzling ball of light shot towards the black-robed man like a bolt of lightning. The black-robed man had already split his power into 3 parts. 10% was used to protect his meridians, 10% was used to activate the 1,000 Cherry Slashes formation, and the remaining 80% was used on the Departing Flame Sword. Due to the activation of the Distant Fire Sword just now, the temperature of the air quickly rose, and the 9 cherry blossoms that were frozen began to slowly thaw. In addition, the black-robed man used 10% of his strength to activate the sword. The huge red skeleton was wrapped in the green flames of the Distant Fire Sword, making it look like an angry demon. The 9 cherry blossoms that were frozen in midair recovered to their original state. They merged into a blood-red cherry blossom pillar that was as thick as a water bucket and swept towards Yifan again. At the same time, the black-robed man used the last of his strength to shoot towards Yifan like an arrow. This time, he really used his full strength. The Departing Flame Sword, the skull, and the cherry blossoms combined into one. The huge skull that was emitting red light and the Departing Flame Sword at its peak state charged towards Yifan at full speed along with the cherry blossoms that filled the sky. Boom! White light shot out in all directions, and red light covered the ground. The Departing Flame Sword and the unsealed Frost Dragon Sword, these 2 peerless godly weapons, collided. The resulting shockwave instantly enveloped the entire courtyard, and the dust that filled the sky gradually dissipated after a long time. The black-robed man spat out blood and fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. The Departing Flame Sword in his hand fell to the side. Occasionally, blood would flow out from the corner of his mouth, making him unable to say a single word. The red skull that did not have a physical body was actually frozen into a huge ice skeleton by Yifan's cold air. The cherry blossoms that filled the sky were also frozen into ice and scattered all over the ground. It seemed that he had lost, and he had lost completely. The black-robed man smiled bitterly. He was really getting old. If he was 10 years old, he might have been able to fight Yifan to a draw. The black-robed man thought. It seemed that everything was the will of the heavens. The Departing Flame Sword that he had painstakingly obtained was also going to fall into the hands of this young man. Thinking of this, he raised his head and glanced at Fujiwara no Chiko, who was beside him. Now, all his hopes were placed on her. Yifan was also not in a good state. His face was pale, and his body was weak. Just now, he had used up almost all of his spiritual energy. Right now, his chi sea was almost empty. Only 10% of his spiritual energy was left to protect his meridians. The might of the Departing Flame Sword was indeed worthy of its reputation. It had almost made him faint. This fight could only be said to be a narrow victory. If not for the spiritual energy of Fujiwara no Chico's family heirloom, the Jade Blood Phoenix, he would have probably turned into smoke like that stone slab. Yi Fan opened his pores to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. At the same time, he glanced at Fujiwara no Chico. His eyes were full of gratitude. This Fujiwara no Chico had saved him more than once. What was her background? Yi Fan did not understand. But no matter what, he had indeed one. He forced himself to walk slowly to the departing flame sword. He bent down and picked it up. Only now did he see the true appearance of the departing flame sword. The sword was 3 feet long, and its body was suffused with a flame-like red light. A lifelike fire dragon was entwined around the sword's body. Its golden eyes were glaring, and in its mouth was a flaming dragon pearl. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. This sword is yours. The black-robed man said with difficulty. He pulled out the departing flame sword's black scabbard from his waist and threw it in front of Yi Fan. Now it has the surname Yi. Yi Fan did not say anything. He bent down to pick up the scabbard and sheathed the departing flame sword. Then he carried it on his back. Now, the mission Brother Kim gave him had been completed. The departing flame sword had been snatched from the black-robed man's hands. Yi Fan looked at the black-robed man, then turned to leave. What? The black-robed man spoke after Yi Fan turned around. Didn't you want to take my head? Why haven't you made your move yet? Yi Fan turned around and coldly looked at the black-robed man. Didn't I already take your head? Yi Fan turned around and used his finger to tap the skull next to the black-robed man that was frozen by the cold dragon sword. Isn't this also your head? Yi Fan finished speaking and prepared to leave again. Why? The black-robed man asked quietly. Why didn't you kill me? Yi Fan slowly walked up to the black-robed man. It's not easy for you to have such a cultivation at your age. Besides, you still have a family. Although I don't know who's behind you and why you've come to the Yi family, I'm sure you have your reasons for coming all the way here from Japan instead of enjoying family bliss at home at such an old age. If I killed you today, your family would definitely be in great pain. No matter what, your family is innocent. Although you're greedy, you don't deserve to die. Moreover, although I defeated you today, to be honest, it was an unfair victory. Firstly, I'm younger than you, so my stamina is naturally better than yours. Secondly, I barely managed to defeat you because I had the help of the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade. Therefore, Yi Fan slowly said, I won't kill you. The black-robed man was silent for a long time. After a long while, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, I, Hattori Chihiro, have fought countless battles in my life and killed countless people. I've never been defeated before. Who would have thought that I would lose to a young man like you today? Moreover, I've lost wholeheartedly. All right, my head is yours. Whenever you need it, just say the word, and I'll give it to you with both hands. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. When he passed by Fujiwara no Chico, he looked at her meaningfully and said a few words in Japanese. Fujiwara no Chico's expression changed drastically when she heard what he said. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked out. Then, he took out an item from his chest and threw it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan reached out and caught it. It was the Yi clan's magnetic stone. As expected, no wonder those bronze men didn't react. Yi Fan thought to himself. After the black-robed man left, he immediately went to his father, Yi Kong, and grandfather, Yi Yun. At this time, Yi Kong and Yi Yun had already opened their eyes and were sitting cross-legged on the ground to heal their injuries. They had heard the conversation between Yi Fan and the black-robed man. They were very satisfied with Yi Fan's actions. When it was possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. The Yi clan's first rule was that virtue came first. No matter how capable you were, if you didn't have virtue, the Yi clan would still expel you from the clan. Father, grandfather, how are you? Yi Fan asked with concern. In order to save him and his father, they had used all their strength to block the flames of the Everflame sword. However, they had been seriously injured by the Everflame sword. Yi Fan felt very uncomfortable. Don't worry, we won't die, Yin said. Your grandfather is fine. So your father is fine too. Yikong even joked. After Yi Fan heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. You don't have to worry about us. Deal with the matter at hand first. Yikong reminded Yi Fan that Fujiwara no Chico still hadn't left. Although Yikong and Yi Yin already knew that Fujiwara no Chico had saved Yi Fan, they still didn't know what this person's motive was. Among the three of you, who can still fight? Fujiwara no Chico's voice suddenly sounded. After hearing this, Yi Fan's face was full of doubt. He slowly turned around and saw that Fujiwara no Chico had placed a long box on her back on the ground with a bang. It sounded like the things in the box were not light. I'll ask again. Among the three of you, who can still fight? Fujiwara no Chico held the box with one hand and asked coldly. Chico Chien, shut up. Answer me. Fujiwara no Chico shouted. Before Yi Fan could say Chien Chien, he was interrupted by her. He didn't understand what this Fujiwara no Chico was planning. Me, Yi Fan replied. Good. Fujiwara no Chico said coldly. She pressed the spring on the box, and the side of the box opened. From the inside, a secret compartment was tilted out. In the secret compartment, there were 5 Japanese katanas quietly inserted inside. Fujiwara no Chico pulled out a katana with a black hilt and pressed the spring again. The secret compartment retracted, and the entire box returned to its original state. Fujiwara no Chico followed Japanese etiquette and bowed to Yi Fan. Then, she slowly pulled out the katanas. As she pulled out all the katanas, a strong murderous aura filled the courtyard. Even Yikong and Yi Yun, who were meditating with their eyes closed, could feel the chilling murderous aura. What a strong murderous aura! Yi Fan sighed in his heart. It seemed like this Fujiwara no Chico also wanted to make a move against him. But why? Why did Fujiwara no Chico, who had saved him before, want to make a move against him? Why did she lie to the black-robed man and say that he injured her and took away the spiritual jade? No, this matter must be clarified. Otherwise, I can't draw my sword against my benefactor. Draw your sword. Fujiwara no Chico opened her mouth and said, What exactly is this? Before Yi Fan could say the word why, Fujiwara no Chico held her katana horizontally. Using her strange movement technique, she floated over like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Yi Fan. Fujiwara no Chico raised the katana in her hand high and fiercely chopped down at Yi Fan's head. The dense murderous aura on the katana made Yi Fan almost unable to breathe. Seeing that the katana was about to hit him, Yi Fan held the snake's shadow, sword horizontally. With a dang sound, he blocked the katana that was coming at him menacingly. At this time, Yi Fan only had 10% of his spirit energy left. He didn't have the strength to contend with Fujiwara no Chico. After blocking the katana, Yi Fan's feet were pressed into the ground. This woman has a lot of strength. Fujiwara no Chico gradually increased her strength. The black katana in her hand pressed down on Yi Fan's snake's shadow, sword bit by bit. Her face was almost touching Yi Fan's face. Just when Yi Fan didn't know whether to fight back or not, Fujiwara no Chico's extremely soft voice sounded in his ears. Use the cold aura to hit my left shoulder. What? After Yi Fan heard this, he was shocked. What was going on? Why did she want him to use the cold aura to hit her left shoulder? Yi Fan became more and more confused. Hurry! Fujiwara no Chico urged Yi Fan in a low voice while continuing to use her strength. The black katana pressed down on the snake's shadow sword until it was almost touching Yi Fan's face. Seeing this, Yi Fan could only use the move he used when he didn't have any spirit energy. He drew the cold aura from the snake's shadow sword into his body through his right hand. Then he transferred the cold aura to his left hand and sent a palm strike at Fujiwara no Chico's left shoulder. With a pa sound, Fujiwara no Chico was pushed back 3 feet by Yi Fan's palm strike. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't use that much strength just now. How did Fujiwara no Chico end up like this? Pooh! Fujiwara no Chico's right hand covered her left shoulder and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yi Fan instantly understood Fujiwara no Chico's intention. She was doing this for others to see. It seemed like there was an expert in this courtyard who had been observing them. She did this for two reasons. One was to avoid fighting with the Yi Fan. The other was to tell the hidden expert that Yi Fan still had spirit energy and that he hadn't exhausted his spirit energy. Hee. A strange laughter came from the ruins that were sealed by Yi Fan's cold aura. Fujiwara no Chico, you're just SOSO. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.